So I'm still waiting for
Just
Reggie.
give me a minute. I'm trying to set it up on YouTube as well. So right, John Deal. Reggie, I'm
I
sending
seen that yesterday.
sending you
I
the
seen that yesterday, Logic too.
what's happening.
You know what I'm talking about?
What are you guys talking about? Why are
You
you
said
doing
you
this?
said what, bro?
I seen that yesterday.
That's not fair. How are you leaving us out of the conversation? What's going on here?
In the meantime, because they don't want to involve us in their conversations, we can have some testimonies. Because I had last night, God, Jesus, no, Holy Ghost visited Vessel. So,
What?
my cluster? Come on, dude.
Holy
Yeah,
Ghost visited Vessel.
Vessel. Yeah, she can give us, a testimony.
Vessel's going
You
to
know
have
how
a baby. She's going to have a
Yeah.
baby in 9 months. Oh no. Oh no.
you know how you got the backdrop set up. I'm not gonna say what happened, but you know how you got the backdrop set up, and if you have the camera a certain way, if
Oh
a person walk past
yeah.
What are you talking about?
You don't. I hope you don't.
Talking
I
about.
hope you the only one that saw that.
You was
I hope you
naked.
the only one that.
You was naked on it.
listen, I know what I saw.
It
I
sounds
don't
like
know
it was
if
a little
anybody else
nip
saw it,
slip or
but I
something.
saw it.
What that's
I
right. You
see.
was naked and you didn't call me. You didn't come and you didn't send me a message like, hey, come and have a look. No, you guys, anytime you
It happened
see,
so fast, I thought it was a mirage at first.
if you see any naked bodies around, you need to
Oh
come and
man.
get me. Come and call me, please. I beg you.
Drake?
Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention,
bro. I
man.
ain't gonna lie.
Is he competing with Drake?
Naked bodies are always good bodies.
Hey,
No,
Logic.
no.
Okay. Reggie, I'm
Hey,
sending
hey, Reggie, you got your eye candy for the day, though, man.
eye
Oh
candy.
yeah, that made my day, bro. It really did.
Eye candy. Eye candy. What are you guys
Hey,
talking about? I love eye candy. Hello.
I thought it was the logic. Now I'm questioning it. It was not. It was not
Hell
logic.
no, it wasn't
Somebody
logic.
else.
Listen,
No,
hell no, it was not logic.
no,
Hell no, it
it was
wasn't
not
him.
me.
Oh,
It
Okay.
was not me.
who was it?
What are we talking about?
That's not fair.
It was a friend. It was a friend.
She was telling
Okay.
me
Afro
just
is a friend.
Oh,
Vessel of Kisuna is a friend.
Logic. Logic, you had a
I'm a
friend
good boy. Don't
over?
worry about it.
Logic, you had a friend over?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Oh.
yeah, I did.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Mm-mm.
We all need
Wait a
Definitely
minute. She
competition.
just got more involved.
Right, Logic, very important.
Inquiring minds want to
Very
know.
important. Oh, it's very important. Mm-mm. At least,
Charlie Wilson instantly. I was like, ooh,
yeah, just ready to catch those kind of things.
We
I've been
all
trying
need a
to
friend
find
here
this
and
book,
there. You know?
and I cannot find this book. And I'm so. It's called The Black Joke: The Story of One Ship's Battle Against the Slave Trade by A.E. Brooks. I'm gonna have to order it online, but I just wanted to be able to go pick it up from the bookstore, and it's not freaking there. I'm so disappointed.
Reggie, whenever you're ready to get started, yes, please.
okay, let's set up the stream yard real quick so I can say it one time. Hold on.
Hey, Dima. Good to see you, Dima. Guys, can we double tap on the screens? And if you're watching on YouTube, hello. Yeah, we will get started in a minute. This is a conversation that, yes, yeah. Well, we'll get started, but this is a Reggie conversation.
Lucifer's in the comments. If you wanted to bring him up,
I sent him an invite already.
I've got no powers.
Have you not?
No,
Why? How come?
I don't know.
You're powerless.
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 I don't know what to do with myself.
Powerless.
Just like Jesus.
How could you compare me to Jesus? At least I've got a little bit more powers than him. I can speak.
Oh, we have someone
he
from the
can't.
Caribbean.
Oh
I'm
yes,
sorry,
Rev.
Bessie.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, if they want to come up, we can have someone from the Caribbean islands.
Hey, Juad. Good to see you, Juad.
Yeah.
I have seen Sebastian in the comments. I'm sure I saw Bash. Bash, I was having a conversation with somebody the other day. I was like, for some reason, Bash has just abandoned me on this whole TikTok streets. We don't see Bash anymore. Bash is just disappeared on me. That's not fair. I thought we were friends. Bash used to come up on my
I cannot believe it.
We'll have conversation, but Bash.
Really, Afro?
No, the last time Bash came up on my life, probably last year, maybe. I don't know. You see, I don't know. I think I need to go and find Mama Bash. I need to go look for her. Hmm.
Okay, I'm about ready, y'all. So this conversation I wanted to bring to people's attention because I think that as a Black person from the United States, we're under a lot of propaganda. We hear a lot of things that go on in our country that may or may not be true. I also know from talking to people on TikTok now that they have an impression of what people from the United States, primarily Black people, are, and it's not true. So the majority of my life, I've heard something that is not true. Growing up, I've heard from people that are in my inner circle, family, friends, on TV, that Africans naturally don't like African Americans, right? So when you hear things like that so many times throughout your life, you tend to believe it, right? For me doing my own research and realizing how many Africans there actually are in the world, number one, that doesn't make any sense because there's probably 1 billion Africans, right? So it's kind of narcissistic to think that somebody is sitting there thinking about you like that. That's number one. Are there Africans that may not like African Americans? Sure. Are there African Americans that may not like Africans? Sure. But I think it's crazy and idiotic to think in either case that is the majority for the same reason. Most people I've heard say out of their mouth from the Black African American community that said that Africans don't like African Americans. I would say every last one of them has never been to Africa. That's number one. And I also would say that they've met very few Africans. I don't live in a big metropolitan area like New York, Atlanta, DC, where there's a lot of Africans that live, right? So me hearing this is from people that really don't know them or like that. And also, again, you can't speak for just a couple bad seeds. And I think that Africans have their own struggles, right? And I know for a fact that African Americans, we have our own struggles. So to keep this narrative going is stupid. I don't think that either side needs any more enemies. So I think that this conversation definitely needs to take place. Did y'all hear me?
Yes, we did. I think maybe what we could do is maybe talk about some of the stereotypes that we have heard about Africans and African Americans, or what we have encountered. Because could there be an element of something there? Could it be a case of, oh, I met one African person and they did this? What do you Africans think? Are you all like that? Or a case of, Africans, we've come across some African Americans and it hasn't been the best sort of encounters, right? And just, I don't know, we could go from there. I would share something, and this happened. We're having a live stream, and we it was a full panel. This was a time when you could only have about 6 people instead of 9. Um, Sebastian was there, and some other people were there. And this person came up, and they said, we were all talking, and he said to Sebastian, I only want to talk to you because they've got an accent. Right. I only want to talk to you because we have got an accent. I don't know. He couldn't understand our accent. And Sebastian, of course, sounded very much like what he's familiar with. And that upsets me because I felt like, hang on a minute. How do we have an accent? Can you hear yourself? You've got an accent too. And I did not let it, I didn't let it slide. No, I wasn't going to let it slide. Excuse me? Have you heard yourself? You've got an accent too. But thankfully, Sebastian stepped in and, a couple of people stepped in to try and say to the gentleman, no. This is a conversation that is open to everybody. To pull one aside because they sound like you. It was the way and manner he did it. It just, so that's just one of the things that I've come across. But I still had Sebastian, who is an American, still backing me up and saying, no, we shouldn't be doing this. Well, I don't know if this is a thing. Is it the accent? I've had other issues as well, right? Some people, there was one person that came in my stream and said, I wish I could understand the Africans when they speak. I just cannot seem to understand what they're saying. And I said, listen, if you need someone to repeat what they're saying, ask. If you need somebody to slow down and, try and explain or break it down what they're saying, maybe ask. I don't remember the details exactly how they said it, but, so I don't know. When we speak, is it that we feel like we're better than some other people because of how we speak? I don't know. I'm just trying to start the conversation. How about that?
I understand what you're saying. And I think that any logical person would think that none of us, this is not our natural language, right? We're not English, right? Well, some of us may have been born in England. I know I wasn't. So for me to think again that I don't have an accent is crazy. But I'm not going to pretend like I don't understand what you're saying because, sometimes I speak to people and I don't fully understand what they're saying, but I have to understand that they're probably having that same struggle with me as well. I think that if a person just tries harder to understand and realize that they have an accent too, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I'll give you an example. I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I don't do it sometimes too. Like the one guy, I couldn't pronounce his name, and I was calling him. What was I calling him? What was I calling him? Damn. Something Butthole or some shit like that. So I can see it. Yeah. At first, I was being
doing
funny.
that intentionally.
Yes, he was. And
I mean, yeah, I was. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was. But now that you saying that, I can relate. Like, well, I probably shouldn't have did that because I know that they don't like it. But I wasn't saying it like to try to be racist because the way that I think in my mind, I'm not saying that everybody thinks like this. I don't think that I could be racist toward the African. And the reason why I think like that is because I don't look at you no different. I don't. Now, I'm not saying all Africans are the same thing because that's a contradiction. But what I'm saying is everybody on this panel that I could clearly see what they look like. When I see your face, I don't see no different. Like when I went to Jamaica, they was like, well, how was it? You know, because that's another situation where we're under propaganda. I just felt like I was around a bunch of black people. I don't see the difference. Now, maybe someone else can, you know, see it, but I really don't see it. But I mean, that's just how it is, I guess.
And can I
Make this
can I
messy.
can I just say that this is a place for us to bear it all out. I think that we have got enough emotional intelligence about ourselves to be able to have this conversation. And, you know, also, if you have come across any one of us saying something that you particularly didn't like, or you felt that we were a bit messy, or, you know, I'm always open to learning. I'm always open to being challenged. Um, and, you know, it helps with your personal development. Um, you know, having these kind of conversations has been very helpful because it's opened up a world that would never have been available to myself. So I think this is one of those sort of streams where, you know, bear it out, and you know, we we can handle it. I think we've got enough thick skin about ourselves. So yeah.
Yeah, I want to make this a little bit messy.
Oh
And when I
no.
say messy, not in that type of a way. It's just that I want to be real. I want to be real about this. There's a divide. There is a divide. It's obvious. There's a divide between Americans of African descent and Africans that reside in Africa. Obviously, there is a divide, and not unless you're willing to, like I said, educate yourself a little bit, then that's when we bridge that gap. Because, like, God bless Reggie said, sometimes everybody has an accent, and sometimes even I am struggling to hear some people speak to understand, and I also have to lean a little bit more and listen. But there's also another issue because there was a war that was going on a while back, and I had this. I'm saying for the people in the comment section, not for the people on the panel. I had a woman. There was a woman who was trending for saying that when our ancestors were being taken as slaves, why did the African ancestors not come for us? So obviously, there is a divide. It's just that we need to educate ourselves a little bit more, both sides, and then yeah, we can bridge that gap. That's what I wanted to say.
Um, that's definitely a lack of education, and people just have their ideas and they don't do any research into things that have actually happened. So I was talking to someone from Haiti last night and letting her know that I have one, two, three. Um, I got two books right next to me. I'm looking for a third one, but I have two books right next to me of stories of um, the fight, of us fighting back and rebelling. And then, like historically, those accounts are there as well. So, King Afonso um, has letters that are written and have been preserved, saying like, "Hey, the traders are taking even like the noble children. If you keep going, there's not going to be anybody left." They were begging these people to stop there were revolts. I think for those of us that saw like the Woman King, the Dahomey, like there were pushbacks. And so anybody espousing that idea is just a person that is showing their ignorance and their bias, right? And I understand being a person who was born and raised in the States. I understand the level of bias because of the imagery that we were grown up being shown, that we grew up being shown of Africa and how people were depicted on the continent, and it was never positive, and it was always disparaging. Like, these people are in dire need and they're suffering and they don't have clean water and nor housing. And that was all the imagery that we saw when I grew up and I started seeing. And I was like, what the hell? This isn't anything like what I've been told. And so the curiosity, of course, came, right? I don't see a person that uh, whose ancestors never made the trip across the ocean as any different than I see a person whose ancestors did make a trip across the ocean. Um, and ultimately, we're just people, and we still all face the same subjugation from the oppressor class.
Can I okay, I'm going to mention a struggle that I do have. And I'm hoping that someone, not someone, but I'm hoping that we can have this particular conversation, right? um I've had people say to me, your people sold us into slavery. And that always stops me in my tracks, because I, what am I supposed to say to that? How do I respond? I feel like, okay, on the one hand, I want to say, I didn't sell you into slavery. It wasn't me, right? I didn't do that. But on the other hand, I want to say, I'm sorry for what happened to you. But, I mean, I don't know. It's one of these. And usually when that's said to me, it's never from a place of, it's always they're trying to antagonize, and they're trying to get one up on me. And it's usually when I'm having all these kind of conversations about Jesus and all this and that. There's a certain group of people that usually do this, that I find. But how do we make it better? How do I make it better for you? How do we um on the subject of selling people into slavery? There is there's a lot of information that we are not privy to. There's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of propaganda. There's a lot of things that has been put out there, may and may not be true, right? But whose voice have we been hearing the most, right? Whose voice has been silenced? And so um, I feel the struggle. I feel the pain that my African American brothers and sisters go through. And for me, I've decided that I will help and not add to that struggle. Now, of course, I can't help everybody that I do come across. Some would be, nasty people, which is fine. But for anyone who is prepared to work with me, I'm prepared to work with you, right? Make that better for you some way, somehow, because I can imagine being in America, right? Um, and feeling like this wasn't my home to begin with. Yes, I was born here. I'm a descendant. I mean, I can't relate being a descendant of descendant of slaves, and how you have to try and fit into that system. You were born into a system that is working against you every single day. And so the last thing any of us should be doing is trying to make it worse for any of you. But at the same time, I feel like us who were left behind, that weren't taken away, we weren't much better off because we were colonized. We had and still have our struggles till this present day. So, yes, I'm just putting it out there. It's my struggle. When people say to me, "Oh, but you sold us into slavery," I'm
I
using
got,
words. I don't know what to say.
Afro, I gotta tell you something. Hold on, Rich. Afro, when you said something about the chair being noisy, that's not possible because I'm not even in there.
Sorry, say that again.
When you said that about the chair being too noisy, that's not possible because I'm not in there. My computer's closed, so I don't know what that noise is.
Oh, okay. No, it's no longer noisy now.
Wait, I saw
It,
I
start,
saw
it started
Ruby's
off
hand
being
up.
noisy.
Hello.
Sorry?
Is it me? It's not me, is it? The noise?
Oh, the
No,
noise
No,
is not
probably.
you.
Okay. I just wanted, to what Afro was saying there. I always, when that the schism does pop up here in America a lot. While you guys sold us into slavery. And first, I think part of the thing that we have to realize is that Africa is not this homogeneous little place. It's the second largest continent in the world, with hundreds of people, hundreds of nations. So when you say Africans sold us into slavery, we have to change that narrative. There's a lot of reasons things happen. We don't know the stories that were told or anything. So I don't even go there in that conversation. Africa was victimized. The people, I believe even the people who supposedly sold us into slavery, they were victimized. To talking about today's African against, today's African and the African American, we both have to realize that we have this skin color and this long history past gone that's common. But after that, we are different people and we have to respect that. Like Reggie was talking about just accents. We are different peoples, and not only different peoples from Africa. How many nations are in Africa? And we have people coming from all these nations, and they're coming from all different ethnic groups and cultures and everything. So we have to treat the people of Africa like we would treat anybody else in respecting each one of those microcosms of people within Africa. We got to stop looking at it as Africa. As people from the Americas, we have to change. That's the thing. We have to change that. And I think to what Afro was saying, the Africans have to realize that our experience is different. So it's this gelling together of a respect and looking at each other with a level of dignity, knowing there was a level of victimization on both of us. I don't know if that makes any sense.
I think that Africans, right? This is my thoughts. That Africans also need to have this conversation between ourselves, right? And say some amount of taking accountability, right? If we had stood together and said not on our watch, if we had said no, right? If we had not allowed it to happen, right? I mean, please do not get me wrong. I'm not saying that there wasn't an element of force, there wasn't an element of deceit, and people just taking advantage of the people that were present then, right? But how about some accountability? How about someone said something recently? They said, "Do you know with when we see some of these religious people? I mean, some of you see it happen here. You see people riding so hard for Jesus, right? So hard that look, it could happen again. This can easily happen again, and so we also need to take some accountability. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I did it. But, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Let me just leave that there.
It is hard. And listen, I really don't.
Ruby has had
Go
her
ahead.
hand up for quite some time.
Thank you, African. Yeah, so I wanted to add a bit to what Afro said and also what African said. Like African said, some people were asking or saying, why did we or our ancestors not go back to get them? And the person saying to Afro, like, you guys or your ancestors sold us into slavery. Like, I think a lot of that is also misinformation or a really washed down of the history, because I did not learn in school. I did history in school, like African history, world history, all of that. Like at a certain level is compulsory, you have to learn it. But until I grew up and I started doing like a bit of research on my own, I never knew what the people that came and got from us and went over there. I did not know what they went through. They don't teach us that in school. Like the way they say it, it was like some sort of favor they were doing for us. Like I did not feel as sick as when I was doing this research. Like I still find out things those people went through. It's horrible. And even in the schools in America, like I'm not American, but I don't think they teach that. Like it's so washed down, it's so watered down that, and also like someone was saying before, what these people see of Africa on the TV or on the advertisement is really outrageous. Like they show the kids with the fly on the face. Like I did not see those kids growing up, Like it's just I came here, I saw another side of Africa that I grew up in Africa. I'd never seen that. So like um it's really annoying when people say that, but also I get it. Like on both sides, our histories have been watered down so much. Like the version of the things we are getting is not even when they came and took those people. Okay, some Africans did sell people, but the people that were left behind, it wasn't also like parties and candies and all that. They also went through a lot of things. Like they did not. Some of those people, they're still there. They're still affecting the countries, like taking things from us in the like my country, our government, the last country that was that were colonized by was France and England, and our government is still giving a huge sum of money to the French government. What for? You don't know that. People are saying the why is Africa not better? It's not better because they keep taking from us. They came and took our people, took the lands, all this. They are still taking. Like it's a thing that is still going on. Like it never stopped. That's one thing people fail to understand. It never stopped. It never stopped. It's still going on right now. They will say, okay, they are doing trading and so, but you see the amount of money they give to the African countries or the governments, and as compared to say if they were buying from Asia or another continent, is really outrageous. It's really outrageous. Like those people came and they honestly never left. And that's something we should be talking about too when we are blaming the ancestors for not fighting for us or selling us into slavery and all of that. Like, yeah, I give space for someone else to speak to. Thank you.
To respond to a couple different things. I see some people in the comments saying what Ruby is saying is not true. What she is saying is true. All the French-speaking West African countries are going through that. France is using and abusing them the same exact way that they're doing to Haiti. These people are having to pay back reparations for slaves. Like I said on my podcast a few days ago, the people of Haiti are poor because they still are paying back France reparations for the slave masters that lost, the slaves. It's no different. France just exploits everybody, no different than what England does to the English-speaking countries of the Caribbean, but that's another story. But one thing that I really want to touch on is this. I thank you for your apology, Afro, and I thank you for your apology, Ruby, as well. But the truth of the matter is you really do not owe us an apology for slavery. I don't care who sold what. And the reason why is because they were under duress. I could relate a Bible story to you, right? You know how Paul says he seen Jesus, right, on Damascus Road, and then the apostles agreed with him? Yes, because he also was hunting them, right? So they're under duress. You can't blame a person for doing anything when they have a pew pointed at their head. You cannot take that as face value. I also know that there's no way that they knew what was in store for the people that got over here to the Americas, right? We're also over here under another false narrative that, oh, we're the real Jews, and that's why they sold us over here. We're also under another false narrative. Oh, Black people, they disobeyed God. That's primarily the reasons why I don't deal with religion, is because there's no way that you're going to convince me that God looks at me as a second-class citizen. There's no way that you're going to look at me and tell me that there's a particular group of people that are the chosen people. So all that correlates the same way, but we do not need your apology for that, because if people really know the history, a lot of times they will come to each tribe like, I need 20 so people. If not, you don't give them to me, we're going to take all of you. I also know about the tribal wars. So, and I know about them trading things and hypnotizing and brainwashing the people over there. So the truth of the matter is you really don't owe us an apology. And that is just propaganda. So people can deflect the fact of what slavery caused, the problems that it caused. And they're also, what they're trying to do is they're trying to never give us our reparations for what they owe us, for what they did to us. And they're trying to blame it on the people that they got us from.
Reg, you're so right, and it's just passing the responsibility. That's how is people 3,000 miles away who have never seen something like you said? Well, we need 20 people. What does that mean to the people of Africa and the threats? I have never, that's why I totally agree. There's no apology to be made. We were all victims. Now what we can do is go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just first wanted to thank you, Afro Atheist, for providing a platform to have this conversation. I think that it's much needed, and I hate that happened to you. I can see it in both ways because I had some of those feelings in the past myself, just being someone who longed for an embrace from a culture that I was ripped away from. But then when I learned that there were things that were exploited from both sides, and the main strategy is a divide and conquer system, and everything that I learned about the continent was presented to me from those who are orchestrating that. And so it became a different sense to me. And so I just am very grateful to you for providing a platform to talk it out. And when you're encountering people like that, I think just looking at it from knowing that people are misinformed and then knowing that people are hurt and then assessing for yourself how much you want to deal with that. You don't have any, responsibility to do anything with that. Like the others said, you don't owe an apology. One thing I will say, I think moving forward is we all just have to be informed about how the system has manipulated everything from all of our sides. And similar to how we deal with deconstructing Christianity, how people are operating from that belief system. This is also another type of belief system. So, how do you deal with people who believe things that aren't true? You know, you have to kind of, in some way, reach them where they are, but then also manage your own expectations and decide whether or not you want to deal with them. And I appreciate you for having this platform. One thing I just wanted to say is it gave me the courage just sitting in this right now, just today, because you brought this up. I'm going to take something to a friend of mine who I work with, who said something to me that I didn't, that kind of hurt me. And I didn't want to say it because I'm not a confrontational person. But this gave me the courage to have that conversation, not in a confrontational way, because we have a decent enough relationship. But thank you for providing this, because I'm literally going to have a conversation with him on Monday because of something. And I think that kind of thing just allows a place of healing and moving forward, just having these kinds of conversations in a respectful way.
Kwan, I see that you've got your hand up. I would invite you to speak next, but just wanted to say something, and I'm hoping that someone will say something about this. Now, I've been hearing a lot about. Hoping that someone will say something. Been hearing a lot about Lucifer. If you want to say something, just you hang on. You can speak after Kwan. So, this issue of Africans migrating to America and the problems that it has, that it poses for the African Americans. On Clubhouse, there were live streams where Americans versus Africans. Y'all are coming over here and taking our resources, and no, they should be stopped from coming here. And we worked hard. We did the work. We did the struggle, and you just came here and just took everything. And the government, they're making everything just very easy for the Africans who come over here. But we I don't know if this is a thing, but the conversations I was hearing is the government trying to make things easy for the Africans who move over there and making things harder for the the African American, and
No,
this
no.
issue of stop them from coming. It's our place, and what are they doing here? They sold it. So yeah, that's something I would like for us to talk about, right? Immigration. Stop Africans coming to the Americas, or yeah, that's something. But yeah, Kwan, please go ahead.
Thank you. Afro, sometimes people do things or say things just to try and harm people, right? I believe that the people saying that to you, they know better, right? There's no way that they don't know better, because they know what we were subjected to on this side of the pond, right? They're just doing that to try to hurt somebody, or like to make you feel guilty, or like it's like a one-up thing. Because the truth of the matter is, you can't sell me a person, right? If that was the case, then who set up that economy, and under what circumstances? Like, let's just get to the bottom of the idea and how it happened. But we're not even taking away from the fact that when some of those, because it wasn't sale, it was prisoners of war that they didn't know, and they would go to one group and say, hey, these people are coming after you and you need these weapons. And then they would go to another group and say, hey, these people are coming after you and you need these weapons. They would get the prisoners of war, right? they use so much deceit and they use violence to get people. But when people are saying this, I just find it highly problematic because it's just disingenuous. So I would I would encourage the conversation to ask like how that economy got started, who started that economy, and under what circumstances. I love the fact that when Reggie said it was under duress, right? So just validating that. Secondarily, I want to speak on the current topic, which is no. The United States is not making it easier for people to come over into this country if they're black to be successful. What happens is people come over and they have more of a communal mindset, and so I know people that have moved here and they cohabitate, right? So you might have 3 or 4 adults in a 2-bedroom place. It's less expensive. They've already got some skills. They're working. Maybe they're going to school at the same time, and it looks like they're able to accomplish more because they are working communally. Like everybody makes the jokes about the Mexicans coming, and they have, their communal mindsets. Everybody makes the jokes about how when they get out of the car, it's a lot of them getting out of the car because why does everybody need to have a car, right? So we have been tainted with the or inundated with the Americanistic individualism, right, and hyper independence as a trauma response from societal abuse and neglect that kind of keeps us behind. So I can't trust or depend on anybody to do it for me, so I have to do it for myself, right? If we were more communal, we would be able to see more success and be able to do more things like crowdfunding, pulling our resources together to have businesses and recirculate the dollars in our own communities. But that's just, we don't do that. And then we look at the successes of other people and say, well, they have an advantage. They don't.
Thank you.
100%.
Lucifer?
But
Oh, sorry. Tell us what you feel, and then we have Lucifer.
no, go ahead, Lucifer. I'll talk after him.
I mean, my stance on it is something that you said, Afro. It's about accountability. And I just don't necessarily have that much. I don't have any belief that most people will take accountability for their actions. That's just, that's just my stance on, the whole topic that I've been back and forth listening to because my wife is actually sick and I've been tending to her needs right now, but I wanted to be a part of the panel as much as I can. Right now, my mindset is somewhere else. So I'm going to drop down. Afro, I appreciate it. I have to attend to my wife right now. But I just think accountability should be a major factor in what has happened or what is going to happen or what should happen. I don't point fingers at another person for something that I may have been responsible for, but that's just me. But I appreciate being added to the panel. I'm going to drop down so someone else can be a part of it right now. I'm in a different mental space right now. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lucifer. Please go and look after your missus. Absolutely. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to throw my own people under the bus. Yes, I'm going to do it. There is a stereotype, and I want to talk on it. Nigerians, we don't like Nigerians. Nigerians are scammers, right? Is there an element of truth to that? The simple answer is yes.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yes. There is an element of truth. that stereotype, it didn't come from nowhere. There is, but it's one of these that you have to understand how, the why, and what's brought this on. And so when you go digging deep, why do these people choose to scam? Why do these people choose to take from people across the pond? For some of them, they say, well, they took our resources anyway. They're busy taking our resources. So yes, this is our way of getting our resources back, getting the things, it's my way of, paying them back for what they did to us. That's one. Number two is the get rich quick culture that has been, that has been propagated. Is this idea or that you can go from zero to millionaire overnight. It only takes the right MAGA. It only takes the right Mugu to send you those dollars, and that's it, right? So yes, some of the stereotypes that you do have, very valid. It is very, very valid. And this is me calling out my own people. I'm half Nigerian, so I think I can say a little bit about that. And we also need to have that conversation. This scamming thing, it cuts really deep when you consider that the people that are being scammed are just individuals. That I don't know. It's one of those kind of conversations that there's a lot of blame on the person who got involved. Why didn't you know that Nigeria? Why did you do this? But we don't know what the person was thinking. We don't know what the person, and just recently, 2 Nigerian boys were extradited from Nigeria to the US. 2 boys. They had pretended to be a girl and befriended this young American boy. I don't know the full details of the story, but eventually they got him to send pictures, because he was thinking he was chatting with a Nigerian. Well, he thought he was talking to a girl, but I don't know if she was Nigerian or she was whitey or what. I don't know. But eventually they made him, they started blackmailing him. They said blackmailing, and they said, if you don't send money by tonight or something like that, we would. And he said to them, I can't do this. I'm going to unalive myself. And they said, do it. Right? Said to him, you do it. And he went ahead and unalived himself. And so, yeah, those 2 boys, I think they're now in the US serving a sentence there. I don't know the full details, but there is truth to some of these stereotypes. And as Lucifer said, it's about accountability as well. We ought to take accountability for the negative stereotypes, and how are we doing? How are we making things? I mean, are we helping? Are we also part of the stereotype? Anyway, let me keep my mouth mute for a second.
I think talking about it honestly, and I appreciate you for bringing that up, but I think it's like with a lot of other things, it's like when someone, because of how we've been treated globally, or anything that happens to a person in the diaspora or Africa, it's like attached to the whole group. And so we don't want to admit when something is happening, and then that allows for it to keep happening because we don't even want to talk about it because we don't want it to reflect bad on us as a culture. So it's like we have to find a way to break through that. And it's hard because we're in societies that perpetuate that we're all the same, that we're all this group, that one of us who does something bad means we all do something bad. And we're constantly trying to disprove that by being the really good one and then ignoring when there's a really bad one. So just talking about it honestly and, like holding those people accountable when they do bad things, because it doesn't, it causes us more harm by just ignoring it. And we have to get through that idea that we have to be quiet about it because we don't want it to embarrass the whole community, because that whole system still allows it to embarrass the community and also create more harm to the community. So if, it's like they're doing bad, then, hold them accountable.
I wanted to touch on the immigration issue. So it doesn't matter who comes here. Listen, there's so many people that try to come to this country. And why should we, as Black people, Black Americans, care who comes? So the people who are setting the rules on immigration, they got this country illegally. You came over here and you caused all this G-side and, unalived hundreds of millions of people. So I don't really see why the average Black person would care who comes here. And especially if you're considering, if we're talking about Africans, next generation Africans are African Americans, however you look at it. So in my opinion, the more the merrier. But the job situation, so if you come here illegally, more than likely you can't work at the same places that a person who is born here works at. So that's a misconception. They put a lot of propaganda, again, that's like my favorite word, on channels like Fox News, and people believe it. Just like right now, we've proven that the story about in Springfield, Ohio is not true. There's people that you cannot tell them with a straight face, even some Black people in America, that story is not true. Just like we did a stream, Afro, last week, the preacher got up there and opened his mouth on God and said that the story is true, even after the person who originated the story told you it was a damn lie. So people believe anything that another person says. Like, I wasn't really into the internet for a while and social media and all that. And I used to hear words like influencer. Now I really understand, because if you just put yourself in front of a camera and just put it on the internet, there's going to be somebody that's going to be stupid enough to believe it. No different than what the news says about people taking our jobs. And again, compared to most countries in the world, if you look at the United States, it's relatively empty. I know there's people watching. I can pinpoint to. So unkindness, you live somewhere out west. Tell these people how empty your state is. Quan, you work over the road. Tell these people how much open space that you see throughout this country. There's nobody here. Once you go out west past, I'll say even Illinois, Iowa, there's nobody out there. So why would a person care who comes here? Especially basing it off the person who makes the rules. It's crazy.
You have new people on the panel. They want to contribute. Sus, if Sus,
Hello.
Sus.
Hello. Before you say, just give me a second. We've got also people on YouTube. Hey, Get Walk, Deep State Annex, Rastaman, Kyla C, Durad, Robert X. Okay, so Get Walk says there is a spectrum of attitudes in the US among Black folk for a variety of reasons. I call myself Black. I'm not African. I'm American, and I never will. So there's some people who are African American who hate all things African, don't want to be called African, don't want to be identified with Africa. In fact, some even go as far as to say that they were. Now, I don't know how true this is. Wait, someone has some background noise. I don't know whose noise that is. Okay, so I just muted you, but you can speak after I'm done. So some say that they are the original Indians. What do you call those?
Native Americans,
The Native
indigenous.
Americans. I'm sorry if I get it wrong, but they were the original Native Americans, and they were there before the British came. They were there before, every other person came, and some even go as far as to say we've got proof. We've got proof that we were here before. Right? I've seen there was one conversation I was listening to, and this girl came up and she said, no, she is not African. She's a black as anything, but she said, no, she's not African. She's native Indian. Right? So,
Oh, that's just a pretendian. That's all that is.
You said pretendian.
For Afro, fun fact, if anybody doesn't know this, there's just as many YT pretendians as there is black. I've recently found that out. I thought that was just our community, but no, listen, there's so many YT pretendians. Matter of fact, there's more YT pretendians than there is black.
Pretendians. That's a new word I've learned today. Source Money, go on, and then we can hear from Vessel. Vessel, you're very quiet for some reason. Very quiet today. Right. Source
I'm listening. I'll say something in a bit.
Okay. All right. Cool. Source Money,
All right.
go on, and then
Okay.
we've got
So-
King Kola.
So I'm from West Africa, right? I'm from West Africa. I'm from southern Nigeria. And I want to make this very clear. There's something about the black people, Africans, not the black Americans. I'm talking about Africans now. And I'm going to narrow it down to West Africans because this is where the white people came in to the Atlantic, right? So it's been years and years, and the black people, the West African, we haven't learned anything. We are not ready to change anything, and we still continue in that direction. Someone said in the comment section, they oppress us. These people, they're oppressing us, and they keep oppressing us. Yes, they're oppressing us. But what do you do, or what are you doing? Because if you don't let a person come to you to oppress you, then even though they want to do that, even though they keep doing that, at some point it will stop. But this is not stopping because we are letting them come to us. We're letting them do this to us. And we've not learned anything. And apart from that, I come from the oil producing region in Nigeria, the Niger Delta, right, where we have most of the oil block. I'm talking about the crude oil now. We have the federal government of Nigeria signed a contract with the Shell Petroleum from the Netherlands, right? So they are the major how do I put it? The operator of the Nigerian companies, like the NNPC. They are the major holder and the operator of the company. So they have the major shares, right? So from every barrel of crude oil that they get from the region or they get from Nigeria, they take almost the higher percentage of this crude, right? And then let's assume that they get like a 70% or 80%, and the Nigerian government gets only 20, right? What do we do with the 20 that we get? We don't do anything with the 20. We do not develop the place. We do not build facilities, nothing, just nothing. So we take this money, put in our pockets. We care about only our families and
Excuse
all
me,
of that.
Sosmani.
Yeah.
Sosmani, I'm sorry. We want to focus on the relationship between the Americans of African descent and Africans. So
Yes,
that
yes,
is the topic for today. If you want to touch it, that
Of course,
appreciate it.
I'm coming to that. Let me slow you down quickly. So now the point I'm trying to make is that if you go through the German immigration system, right? They have a particular place where they mention that you can claim German citizenship if you can if you can state that you have or you had a German ancestry, right? You had German ancestry. If you can claim that, then you can get German citizenship, right? Now, what I'm saying is the Black Americans, when they left Africa, now you find that the land that we own today in Africa, in West Africa, the land that we work on today, were once owned by these people, by their great grandfathers, right? Now, these people left. You don't care about them. You don't relate with them. You don't do anything.
Sorry, so funny. I have to say something. I'm so
Okay.
sorry. They didn't leave. They were taken away.
Good. They were taken away. Now, you don't give them like an opportunity to come back home. Because from what I feel is that the West African government, the countries in West Africa, should not be demanding visas from Black Americans to visit the continent. That's not right. You give them a chance because, as I said, their parents, their grandfathers, their great-grandparents, they own this land even before we came. And we don't give them the chance.
Susmani,
I gotta correct you a
may I
little
post a
bit. I gotta
question
correct you a little
before
bit.
Reggie? Just a minute. I'm sorry. Susmani, I would like to ask the question where that say that do they want to come back? That is the question that I would put out. They want, because if you look at our immigration policy, it's so easy for anyone especially who holds an American passport to just walk in. The question is, do they want to come back? But Reggie, you wanted to correct something, but okay.
Yes, Sauce Money. I gotta correct you, and this is the reason why. There are countries in Africa that will let us come without a visa. It's Ghana, Kenya, I know for sure, and there's other ones too. They give us automatic citizenship as well too. They're inviting us back. So, African atheist question is very valid. It basically depends on is if we want to come back.
I want to add in there because that's the hard part. So for people like me that are part of the rainbow community, because the Abrahamic religions have taken such a hold in various places there, if I want to go back to where my ancestors were taken from, I could see difficulty in just being able to be myself. So where it is important, you do want to connect with, having Nigerian heritage. It's hard to hear me. You can't hear me? Here, how about this? Having Nigerian heritage and Ghanaian heritage, if I want to go back there, I'm not going to be able to fully be myself and be able to have a good community experience because the Abraham religions have taken such a hold and people are, discriminatory against people of the LGBT community. So if we could come back, what would we be coming back to would be the big question for me. I don't want to go where I'm going to be discriminated against. I already experienced it here.
Good point.
Okay, now you had that sauce. Okay, caller, King caller, King caller. If King caller is
Also,
not there,
Hello? Yes. Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
yes, go on.
All right. Thanks for bringing me up, and greetings to everyone on the panel. It's a very, very interesting topic that you got going on here, Afro Atheist, and I'm sure a whole lot of people appreciate it, and I definitely appreciate it. I just want to be, I'm going to be very quick, but one of the things I want to touch upon is when we talk about, Africans selling Africans into slavery. That is an old and tired narrative as far as I'm concerned, because when we look at the impact and the effect of the slave trade, then we understand that the people who have benefited from slave trade are the people that are guilty of whatever fingers we want to point. Now, I'm not saying that Africans did not sell slave or all of that, but when I look at it, and I look at Africa, and I would love for anybody to point to one country in Africa today that is doing so well, that is very progressive as a result of selling slaves to Europeans. If somebody can show me a country like that, then we can look at the hundreds of countries, even a whole continent in the West that benefited, still benefiting from slave trade. So who are the people that are really guilty of that? In the earlier 1400s, the Pope sanctioned that it was okay for Europeans to go to Africa to go and capture slaves. And the Portuguese were the first ones to go. Now, the Arabs have been trading slaves in Africa already before the Portuguese got there. But when the Pope gave the okay and the Portuguese got to Africa, they weren't buying slaves from Africans. They were raiding and capturing. And for people who don't know, you can fact check it. You can go and do some research on it. For the first 3 years, let's say, I think roughly between the years 1441 to probably 1444, 45, 46, West Africa was being raided. Mauritania to be exact, Senegambia to be exact, and then as things got kind of tough, then they moved to Angola, the Portuguese, and you can still see the impact of that in Angola today. It's still going on. So when we talk about the slave trade and the people who are really guilty of the slave trade, Africans really need to stop pointing to Africans, because that narrative did not originate from Africa. Now, don't get me wrong.
King Kola, sorry,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt. Very quick question for you, right? Did we sell our own people into slavery?
Absolutely.
Reason why I'm asking this question, right? I've watched a documentary on it's the slave museum in Lagos. I think it's in Badagry. Anyway, there was a documentary that was done. It's still on YouTube, and the people who run that slave museum, right? They're showing you around. You see the gentleman, and the gentleman he said, "Yes, we sold our own people. We did it." And this is what we bought with this was what we bought in exchange. Umbrella. It was, for me, it was just, it was heartbreaking. Umbrellas, China dishes, Chinaware, gin, bottles of gin, right? 40 slaves for one bottle of gin, right? And he's showing this thing, and he stood there and said, "Yes, we did it." So I know that.
So what's your question for me, though? What's your question for me?
My question to you is, did we sell our people into slavery?
Absolutely. We absolutely did. But that's not the point I'm trying to dispute or argue. What I'm saying is this.
It was just a question. No, I'm not trying to No, it was just a question. Please don't take anything
Can I say something real
for
quick?
that question.
No. I'm not offended at all. I mean,
Okay,
there's no offense taken.
okay,
I'm
okay.
just trying to kind of explain to you that the point I'm trying to make, and what my interest is really the relationship between Africans and African Americans. You know,
Can I say something?
I actually say African and Africans because I don't really make a whole lot of distinction as far as that. What I'm trying to say is that when either Africans or Africans in America are saying that, well, Africans sold Africans into slavery. Yeah, but what percentage are we talking about? Okay, before the Europeans came, there is tribalism in Africa.
Yeah.
And tribalism is the cancer that is killing Africa even today. And that didn't start just yesterday. That started even before the Europeans came. Now, when the Europeans came and they was raiding and capturing, after a while, they couldn't stay on the coast anymore and they had to go inland. And the further they went inland, the more difficult it became for them. And then they started looking for Africans who had other Africans to sell. Now, because of tribalism, Africans had already captured Africans because of tribal wars. So the Africans that are selling Africans to Europeans, they're not selling Africans like, okay, we're selling Africans so that we can make money. The ignorance came from the fact that, they thought this other tribe of people are different from them. If you go to any part of Africa today, tribalism is still a major problem. Now, what I'm saying is this: if my family and your family go to war today and your family wins the battle, you are going to capture people from me. Next month, if we go to war and my family wins the battle, I'm going to capture people from you. So when we start pointing fingers as to, okay, who sold who into slave, it's either everybody is guilty or nobody is guilty, okay? Because it's not like we had this one major tribe that was selling slaves to Europeans. What was going on was like everybody did it. When they go to war and whoever wins the battle, that's the person who is getting slaves that day. And I'm going to sell those slaves regardless of what my tribe is. And when you go to war with another tribe and you win that battle, you selling those slaves. So we don't have a particular tribe that sold slaves. Everybody did it. But look, how about the Arabs? We never really talked too much about them. The Asians. Korea has the longest slavery, institutional slavery on earth. You never hear anything
Wait,
about
King
that.
Kola,
We're just getting off
excuse me.
topic.
I
Okay.
want to ask, but I want to ask a question to King Kola. King Kola, do you think that is the main source of the strife between the current, uh, um, the current strife between the Americans of African descent and Africans? Because it is there.
I'm sorry, I
lot.
didn't get
We
that
may
question.
not have that. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said there. You kind
I'm
of broke up a
saying.
little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not.
It's just
Because you
offensive.
sound,
Like, just
yeah,
don't be
because you sound
offensive.
like you have low self-esteem right now,
Guys,
and you're projecting it to the rest of
no,
Africa.
no, people, 1 second. When we started this conversation, right? We this is about us having a thick skin, right? And if someone is saying something, right? If Kola is saying what he's saying right now, instead of saying, "Oh, Kola, no, blah, blah," maybe he's got he can back up the claim that he has made, because he sounds like he's very researched. He sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So
He
I don't know.
can't.
Give the man, hang
He
on,
can't.
give the man a chance to back up that claim that he just made. And I don't think, from my own perspective, I don't think he was saying all Africans, we're all just there at the bottom somewhere. There has to be, I don't know. I would like for him to substantiate his claim. How about that?
Afro. I think that you don't realize what you're about to do. You're about to start an all-out war here. This man just sat here and said that yes, you are. He just sat here and said out his mouth there's a war between African American men and women. And a lot of people, I see what they're saying, they don't like that. And I think that he should just leave that alone and drop that, because otherwise this is going to turn into a debate, a fight.
Can I just interject a point that was made earlier about the idea of selling ourselves? That concept is something that is another part of the orchestration of the divide and conquer, selling ourselves. When you look at um, the construct that is existing in America with African Americans, and whereas in Africa they see it differently. Like, we have created through Marcus Garvey the idea of Pan-Africanism, that all of us in the diaspora are connected and we are all brothers and sisters. That's something that isn't as reaching as we all think it is. I think in America we have an idea that everything we do is what everybody does. Whereas in other cultures, the idea of selling ourselves is a different thing, because there is tribalism, and we don't have that here in America. In America, we look at all Black people as all part of the same tribe. Whereas in other cultures, there are actual tribes that are separated and they don't see it the same as selling themselves. They see it the same way we would see a Black person selling a white person. They see another tribe in that same light as different from them. And so you can see this when you look at what happened in Rwanda. They didn't see them, even though they were neighbors and even family members, they didn't see them as each other, those who rose up and acted against the other. It wasn't everyone is together. It was broken up by that that distinction. And so when we say selling ourselves, it's just a way to continue perpetuating a narrative that you would take your own brother and do something harmful to them. You have to look at it from a different cultural lens, that they didn't see themselves as selling themselves. They saw themselves as selling, people that they either destroyed or, had prisoners. And then also in that culture, the idea of them being slaves, it was a different system than what is existent in the transatlantic slave trade and how we were treated. And so while you may think, okay, we're going to sell these prisoners of war, you're envisioning a different system of slavery that is similar to what you have. Not saying that that's better, or not saying that that's great, but it's a different system where maybe you're not thinking that for all of millennia, all of that person's downline is going to continue into that system of slavery. Maybe in your system of slavery that you have, there's a way to get out of it. And that's what they think they're selling it into. So just to add another perspective of that idea, again, just being more educated about it, it's not the same as selling ourselves. That's an American, an African American concept that's not seen across the globe. And you can even see it today when you have some people on the continent of Africa who don't call themselves as Black, they call themselves colored. Whereas in America, the term colored is considered by some to be offensive. It's not the same in other cultures, but then in America, we'll say, oh, that person doesn't want to be called Black, they want to separate themselves. We have to step back and just see that the use of words is different in other cultures, and we can't be so quick to jump down a person's throat about it without understanding the context.
Yeah, can I just add to what Mother of Pref just said? In South Africa, we've got a race of people who are called colored. They're not Black, they're not white, but they are colored. So, and I think in Southern Africa, that's just the normal term to call them. They're usually a mix between, I think, Indian and Black, or whitey and Indian, or whitey and Black. But this is like a whole other race, because they will go on to have other colored looking babies as it goes, on and on. So I remember when what's her name? That singer, that little girl who sings, who won a Grammy, Tyler. Yeah, when she came out and she said she's colored, a lot of people jumped on her because they thought that she wasn't relating to be with Blackness. But it is a whole other race within South Africa. When you look at the demographics, they've got, if you're taking a form, they've got Black, they've got Indian, they've got colored, they've got white African, and they've got white. So it's Africa is it's just a big melting pot of races, but we don't know the full picture until we get exposed to it.
I saw Reggie raising their hand.
I think again about the Africans selling us into Africa. I mean, selling us into slavery is completely crazy and idiotic. The whole idea is because look at it like this: were these people selling African slaves before the white people came there? No. It's no different than how you just sat here and said something about the shell gas getting the oil. Now, I can assure you that if they set up those oil companies there in Nigeria, there's going to be plenty of Nigerians working there. Is that a Nigerian company? Nope. So that doesn't really make any sense. That's no different than saying, just like here, right? In this slavery here in the United States, a lot of times on the plantation, there was a lot of people that were what we consider Black now that had power positions, probably even had pew pews in their hands, right? To keep the other slaves in line. So are we looking at them as the people that are running this plantation? Is it their plantation? No, it's Massa's plantation. So again, these is the whole slave trade was a whitey concept that again was created by them and that was sanctioned by the Pope. So I'm not never going to take an apology from an African person talking about, oh, I'm sorry we sold you into slavery, because you didn't. Because at the end of the day, you were under duress at best. So no.
I gotta come back and back Reggie up again before it circles back around. I've had this picture up for whenever I put this picture up, King, I probably have an echo because I don't have my earbuds in. So can you mute so I don't echo back?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. So yeah. The idea concept, I'm riding with Reggie on this one, that Africans sold each other. That's not how it worked, right? There was no market where Africans were saying or shopping other Africans out to other groups of people saying, hey, do you want to buy people to enslave? It started with the Arabs coming first. The Muslims, they came first and they were doing it. And this is how it happened in Ghana specifically. The Portuguese went and they saw that they had enslaved Africans there. The Arabs had them. So they got a couple and went back, right? When they went back, they found that, hey, this is a good thing. It's fruitful. Everybody's doing it. Let's go see if we can get this sanction. Now, in what, 1450, I think it was 53. No. 1435. I'm transposing the numbers in my head. Pope Eugene had made a papal bull saying that Christians should not be enslaved because the Arabs were enslaving the Christians. It was already going on, right? Okay. 1455, Dum Diversus, Pope Nicholas says, hey, enslave everybody that is not a follower of this religion. So, and they started with Muslims, if you look at that document. Because there was not a market for this, because this was something that was imposed upon a group of people who were already in distress and under attack by another group of people, I would never blame an African person for any of this. Additionally, I will say that we do, even with the tribalism, right? We do realize that these people came in and instigated these conflicts between tribes, right? And then so much of the history, because it looks different, right? I don't see any history where there were like huge tribal wars prior to outsiders coming in. I don't see it. I can't find a history of that. I would love to be able to find it. What I can find is those outsiders instigating wars and able to be able to take advantage of groups of people there. So it was all done from, in my perspective, from the outside influences of individuals whose sole intent was to harvest resources, and those resources just so happen to include Black bodies.
So true. And something that I use as a rule of thumb just for the divide and conquer method is if something is making me feel a little like weird about a particular group, I try to look at it and say, wait, who's behind this? Who benefits from it? Because you don't always, and that's like my rule of thumb of how to um, encounter or how to detect divide and conquer strategy. And because they don't just come out and say, hey, you need to not like that person. It'll just be they're taking your jobs or, they're getting things that you're not getting, and then if it brings in you a desire to not like a person, that's divide and conquer. And, detect it and then see who benefits from that. And then you can, okay, that's what that is. And then stop yourself from feeding into that narrative or being overtaken by where it's trying to take you.
Now, I just refuse to accept any negative rhetoric about the history of my people. There's just too much negativity out there about us, and I don't believe that we sold each other. I don't want to believe that, and I do not believe it. It's just something else that was created to cause us to be suspicious of each other, to hate each other, to just not be able to come together. Now, when I was growing up, I never heard anything negative about African American people. Instead, we grew up idolizing African American people. We wanted to be like them. I remember I went through a phase where I dressed like the brat. I rapped to her music, you know. And in school, we had a group of girls that were we had SWV and we had TLC as well. For us, that was, that was like, oh my gosh, she's American, he's American, and even to this day, if you go to Africa as an American person, they hear the accent and, you get preferential treatment. So we were either emulating the African Americans or we were emulating the Jamaicans. It's when I, traveled that I realized that the Caribbean is made up of different nations and nationalities, not just Jamaican. So we also have pretenders as well. They will talk like they're from Jamaica. They will make reggae music and everything, you know. But my issue has not been with African Americans. It's been with Black British people, especially the ones from Jamaica. They make it a point to remind you, well, they made it a point to remind me that I was African. Therefore, I was like second class. Um, it's difficult sometimes to make friends because once they know that you're from Africa, then you're treated with a sort of certain suspicion or hate because they too say the same story. You sold us into slavery. Why was I taken and you left behind, kind of thing. So, yeah, it's so bad that Somalians don't want to be associated with Africans. And you can even Google it. Go on Google and type Africans versus Jamaicans in UK. There's thread upon thread upon thread upon thread about this. And it's so sad.
Can I say something about that? And that is, I've met quite a few Black British Jamaicans. Well, originally they would be Jamaicans, they would be from the Caribbean, and they would tell you, I am not African. They make it a point to say, I am not African. They're British, they're Jamaican, they're Caribbean, but they are not Africans. And you dare not say that they're Africans. They will take offense to that. Vessel, have you met any like that?
Yes, hence the separation and not wanting to get close. And even if it's a small altercation, it gets blown, like a small misunderstanding, it gets blown up into a whole blown out, argument, and it becomes really loud because they want to talk over you. They want to be really loud and draw attention to what's happening. It was similar to when, I don't know if you remember, Afro, when we were on Sebastian's live and that lady came up. And then I went on her live to, just to try and understand where she was coming from. And she just started cussing me out left, right, and center, And all I said was, well, I haven't met any Caribbean people that talk the way you do. And she came down on me. So it is an issue, and I'm glad that we're discussing this.
I think, well, because the focus is about African Americans and Africans, we'll keep it, we'll stick to that subject. But I don't know if anyone, I still want to go back to what Kola was saying, King Kola was saying, right, about Africans being at the bottom. That's the way. That's the way.
That sometimes, Afro.
That's the way a lot of people see us, though.
I feel like that because, like I mentioned about the colored people earlier, in South Africa, the society is whitey at the top, and then the Indians, and then the coloreds, and then the Black people at the bottom. Exactly. So we get it. We Black people get it from all those other races. However, if we were in America, we would all be called Black. But
all of y'all.
Unfortunately, it's not the case. And I don't know why.
I don't think when King Kola was speaking, he was trying to be derogatory there, right? I think that he was trying to say that's the perception that a lot of people have when they think African, right? When they think about the African, and we can't say
Thank you.
that.
That's exactly what I was trying to say, but she really wasn't listening, and I didn't finish my point. But I'm going to stay on mute until you let me up.
No, go on and speak.
Oh, okay. Thank you. If you notice, as soon as I said something, the first thing that young lady said was that don't speak for us, just speak for your country. This is what I'm talking about. There's a divide among Africans on all levels. Now, how do you know that I'm not from your country? If your country is in Africa, then I am from your country. So this is the divide that I'm talking about, and it's not just Black people in Africa. This is Black people all over the world. We cannot unite. We cannot come together and talk about anything and be honest, okay, and be truthful with each other. Now, somebody can say, well, I don't believe this, or I don't want to believe it. That's fine, but that does not make it true. Okay, it does not make it true. The fact of the case is, I said we are on a losing team right now because we have.
I wanna interject because that is the way you put it. That's why it would be a nice book out because of the way you put it.
Well, I mean, you can take the message or you can leave the message and focus on the messenger. That's totally up to you. But I'm telling you, there is no part of Africa right now that, people, the citizens of those countries are not leaving Africa. We got people leaving Africa and dying on the sea, going to Spain. We got people.
That's not what we're talking about, though, is it?
No, but
that is not the topic of the.
I'm talking about the unity of Black people.
We're talking about the divide. We're talking about the divide, and you are talking about the hierarchy.
In the narrative of divide as well by saying in the United States that men are and women are at war. So you're part of that problem. I don't know if you see it.
I'm also saying that the whole Africa is in the bottom. That is generalizing, but okay, go on. And also, we wanted to say something.
Can I just say, okay, when we think about religion now, right? You hear people saying, "Oh, but religion is thriving in Africa." All right. Now, when you've got Africa thriving with religion, in 50 years, those parts will be at the bottom because instead of going with the world, right? The rest of the world, we're developing. We're doing things. We're going. People are talking about space. We're talking about information technology. We are busy inside the church. So depending on what we're talking about, there's some elements of truth to that.
Then he generalized Afro, and we are forgetting that we have a country like Rwanda, which is doing a very good job at carving down these churches. So again,
yeah, of course, we have Rwanda. Rwanda is only one country out of the 50 countries in Africa.
I would like to go back to the topic if you don't mind.
Okay, let's go back to the topic. I think at this point, I'm going to make this lighthearted. Let's make it a bit lighthearted. So, a question for everyone on the panel. Everyone on the panel. Would you date? So, if you're African, would you date an American? If you're American, would you date an African?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I have no problem dating people as long as they're human.
Okay. African atheist?
My eyes is on Enrique. My eyes is on Enrique Iglesias, and I understand he's not single.
Your eyes is on who?
So I'm waiting, Afro. I cannot speak.
Your eyes are on who?
Enrique Iglesias.
Enrique.
Enrique Iglesias. Yeah.
Enrique, is he? It looks like he's. What's his ethnicity, Enrique?
I think he's Hispanic, if I'm not wrong.
Puerto Rican or Dominican? I would say Puerto Rican.
Okay.
I don't know. I like the dude.
Okay.
Ruby?
No, you didn't answer the question. No, I'm not gonna let you go past like that. Would you date an
But he is American though.
Okay, fine. If it is John Legend, then I'm willing to settle with John Legend. But again,
Of course.
I have to wait for so long. He's taken to. Darn it. I'm not lucky, Afro.
Okay. All right. Okay. She says she would date as long as it's Enrique or John Legend. All right. So let's see. Ruby?
Yeah, for me it depends. Like
Depends on what?
the character. Like it's not more so if the person is American or not, you know.
Would you date an African American Christian?
Afro Christian? Okay. That's not fair.
Yeah, that's messed up. That's just wrong. That is just wrong. Okay, honestly, if they don't shove it in my face, like if I'm allowed to wake up and, you know, the same way they pray to their God, if I'm allowed to wake up and hit a ball or something and say, oh, I'm atheist, then we don't have an issue. Sure, why not?
Okay.
Just don't shove it in my face.
Right. Okay. Seti, you haven't really spoken, but we will get to you in a minute. So, Seti, you want to answer that question?
Wait, Afro, after you're done, I also have my own question I want to ask, but okay.
That's absolutely fine.
Later
So,
on.
I hope I'm not too noisy. I'm actually cooking dinner, so.
No, you're good. I'm the noisy one. I'm using generators here now. So, hope you guys understand.
Inhaling a lot of fumes.
You're using generators.
That's not funny.
African atheists, when the man was saying something about Africans being at the bottom, using generators, you see, this is what we're talking about. But
that's not how it.
Not like that.
Okay, listen, African atheists, you said about being messy, right? You said about being messy.
No,
okay, let's be messy, Afro. Let's be messy.
I've folded my trousers already. Like I folded. Now at this point, I've tied wrapper around my waist. So let's go.
You're using generator.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Afro. The reason why I'm using a generator is because the lights went out. Something was wrong. So the moment the lights went out, then generator kicks in. That is advancement, Afro. At least I'm not in darkness.
Listen, okay, your part of the world, you can say that. But if you're in Nigeria, you couldn't say that because then one of the major problems is power, right? One of the major problems over there. The lack of power, I mean. And apparently Nigeria supplies neighboring countries with power. It's crazy. Well, anyway, this is not a Nigerian issue. This is not a Nigerian life. So,
wait, Afro, I am not disputing that we have things that we need to work on. We're still working on.
Yeah.
But we should not have low self-esteem like that. We should not at all, because then we're giving other people permission to look down on us. Why would you look down on yourself, King Kola?
Thank you. And we Africans are very proud people.
I am
Why
not
are you
looking
hiding that
down
now?
on myself. I am.
Hello, I'd like to say something, please.
First, would you date an American? That was the question that was going around before you say something.
Oh, Well, for me, I can date anybody from anywhere. It doesn't matter as long as you present yourself in some kind of ways that I want. It's okay.
Yes.
Okay, we can come back to that because that is very sus, red flags there.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Mother,
so
just a minute, we'll get back. Mother, would you date an American? I think you're American, right?
I am American.
So would you date an African?
I would not because I have not met an African man who
No, if you
doesn't
met
want a
one,
traditional woman or doesn't want a non-traditional woman, and I'm definitely not a traditional woman by any way, shape, or form. Like,
okay.
and I'm
Okay.
married, but yeah, I don't see it being a match. I did encounter one online, and we talked for a little bit, but he was a peekaboo dater where he just pop in and out, and so it just never went anywhere. And probably because I'm not traditional. So
Oh, it's a
I think we both
hypothetical.
bumped heads.
It is a hypothetical question, Mother. And the thing is, I can admit that a lot of men in our countries, okay, yeah, but we also have good gems. I can say that we have men who kind of like represent, who educate themselves, who are emotionally intelligent. It's just like it's hard to find. They're rare, but just like everybody everywhere else, I know I get into trouble for saying this. Women evolved socially faster than men. Men have refused, still very resisting to evolve socially. I would say that. King Kola, would you date an American? Sure, then we get to SETI.
Oh, absolutely. But I want to say this. Did you see how difficult it is for people on the panel to answer that question? It's a very simple question. I mean, what you said was date. Would you date? Okay. And we can't even unite on that. And then
Wait, but I think when you say date, like for me, date, I don't date outside of wanting a long-term relationship for marriage. So I think maybe we may have a different version of what date is compared to what others have. To me, date means we're going to end up together. So I wouldn't date anyone that I wouldn't want to end up with permanently. So just for perspective.
Yeah, she said what she said. King Kola, it's you. You said yes or no, King Kola? Sorry, I
oh,
forgot. Shut memory.
I said yes, I would. And I was just trying to elaborate on why I said that, and then I got muted. But what I'm saying is that your question was date. Would you date an African, or would an American date an African? Now, we can't even we can't speak on that.
Can we move to the
like,
next person? Let's do this. Listen. You just trying to start some shit. Can we move to the next person?
I know this is a very serious topic, but guys, please allow me to laugh once in a while. Reggie, okay.
Right.
Seti?
We can let him. Okay. I think what we'll do, King Kola, I would circle back round to you, and I would like for you to, sounds like you've got some things to say, and I would like for you to say what you want to say. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I wish Godless would just let me be and let me say what I want to say, because I don't have to say.
Because you listen. You're trying to take over the show to make. Listen, hold on. Listen, Afro. Please let me say something to him. It's important. You're trying to take over the show. You over talking people, and you're trying to instigate something. I'm trying to stop. What you're doing is exact opposite of what I'm trying to do. So every time I catch you doing that, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna let you, because you already see that Mother of Prep don't like what you said, and you're still keep going with it. You're causing division, and you're crying about that same division. You don't make no sense to me. Please stop.
Okay. Reggie. Okay. So the whole idea of this conversation is to foster better relations and better communications, and just try to help each other, right? And make life easier for each other. So I can see where Reggie's coming from. And positivity, I guess, is the name of the game. So yeah.
Africans trying to ask everybody on the panel.
Seti never
Well-
answered. I don't even know whether Seti is African or American. No, Seti.
Yes, Seti answered.
I did.
Oh, he did.
Greetings,
Yes,
everybody.
Seti answered. Yes.
Okay, I missed it.
Yes, Seti did answer. Guys, can we tap on the screens, and also can we send some roses to interesting conversation? Hey, genderless fun. Can we send some coins, send some roses, so we can have more of these conversations? Now, very quickly before you go on to answer the question, I don't know. I was hoping somebody would mention it, but we keep saying Africa, 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 Africa. Africa, was it Africa? Was that not from the very same people that created the problems to begin with, where we called Africa before they came along? So, is that something? Anyway, never mind. That's just a conversation for another day, I guess. Okay, so who was going to answer?
I see your question in the comment section. Genderless fun. If you don't know African American history, please stop. So I would really like to ask what you need us to stop, because I'm curious. I'm always curious.
So are we dating now or no? Okay.
Okay.
I did think that was a good question to ask, though, because it kind of lightened it up a little bit, and it made us
Everyone
think.
is just so quiet.
Does genderless fun want to come up? I can drop down for her. Genderless fun, do you want to come up? Okay, I'll drop down for them. Sorry if I misgendered you earlier. How do I do this?
Please, let me just speak for a minute and then I'll come down for any other person that would wish to come up, please.
Afro, can you drop me and bring genderless fun up? I'm sorry, genderless.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
All right.
Afro, can you please drop me also? Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Oh, don't leave, please. Don't leave, because I think he knew it wasn't a question, right? It was a statement. Now, there's a history between African-American men and African-American women, right? A long history that no one talks about, that only a few of us know. I'm one of those. So when you insert yourself into saying that we're at war or whatever, and maybe I'm late, I might be late, I went and exercised, but I remember hearing Reggie tapping on that, right? If you don't know the history behind what's going on between these two groups of people within our community in the United States, just let it go or ask.
I do know the history.
That's why
I do.
Tell me the
I
history.
do know the history.
You tell me
I
the
do know the
history
history.
between
I probably know the
African-American men and
history more than you.
You tell me what's the history?
Well, I mean, if you don't know, then you need to go and do some research before you say that I don't know. You never heard me say anything. You should have. No, you don't. You don't just come up and just start saying stuff without really know what I said or what I didn't say. Okay.
All I'm saying
you
is
can't do that.
You don't know why. Clearly, if you knew the history, you wouldn't have made that statement.
Oh no, that's wrong.
Yep,
that's wrong. Just because you don't agree with what I said doesn't mean that it's not true.
That statement.
Okay.
But you
just because you don't agree doesn't make it untrue.
Thank you for the gifts. If you knew the history, you would have never made that statement.
No, I do know the history. I do know the history, and I'm talking about today.
It wasn't a question.
I'm talking
It was
about
a
today.
statement.
Today.
It
I mean,
wasn't a
it would
question,
just
it
be
was a
false if
statement.
to say it would just be false saying that African American men and African American women are just like so united right now. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is this isn't new. This isn't a new thing. This isn't
I didn't say it was new. I'm just asking you a simple question. Are you telling me that in the African American community today, okay, we have a solid family unit where men, women, husband, wife, children are all united and living as a good, solid, strong community?
Because Black women won't be oppressed by anybody. So
we're not talking about Black women being oppressed by anybody, lady. It's
liberation, Black women, liberation today, liberation now, and liberation in the future. And I'm out. Liberation.
Bye.
Send her a couple coins for you left. You left too fast. Damn.
The fact of the case is, whether somebody want to hear the truth or they don't want to hear the truth, it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. The facts are facts. The numbers speak for themselves, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend that everything is good.
King Kola, I need to say this. This man-woman struggle is not peculiar to the African Americans alone.
No, it's not. It's not. I agree.
So to single them out, I feel that you are not doing them any sorts of no. Let's not do that, because
okay.
We can look in Nigeria, right? The man-woman struggle, is it because people don't talk about it? Is it because it's not something that we put out there?
No, Afro, the reason why I said what I said is because your topic is between
Afro, please. Don't talk over Afro. You did the same when Genderless Fun was up. You were speaking over them.
Yeah.
Okay, I apologize.
No worries. All I'm saying is this man-woman struggle is not peculiar to a certain set of people. It's unfortunately, this is the struggle that we all face. That man-woman struggle. No, so let's not make it about the African Americans. If anything,
thank you.
We should be trying to make it better.
The issue I have, Afro, is that Genderless Fan was up there, and he said that they did not know the history. Then when Genderless Fan was like, "Tell me the history," he now turned around and said, "Go do research."
No, right.
That's not fair.
Right.
You also add that we're not here.
Can I say?
Wait, can I wait, King Kola? Can I say that we're not here to kind of like look at each other's shortcomings, because we don't know we don't know what we don't know. We that's not what this life was about. If I'm right, this life was about the divide between the Americans of African descent and Africans. That is what this life was about, and how we can unite. It was not here to highlight other people's shortcomings or not. That's what we're here for. Reggie?
Listen, didn't I beg and plead for him to leave that shit alone? I tried so hard, but he didn't listen.
Can we go to the next question?
Did Seti say what he wanted to say, or Seti? And then we can get to African atheists. You said you had a question for the panel.
I forgot. Seti is gone.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back. It will come back to me. You've spoken so many things. If you come back to me, I'll ask later on. We can continue with the conversation.
I have a question. Um, Going along with the question that was asked initially, whether or not you would date an African, or if you were an African American, or if you were African, would you date an African American? Would your My question is, would your parents be okay if you dated the other? Like, if if you have African parents, would they be okay if you dated an African American? And if you're African, would your parents be okay if you dated an African?
That's a good question. That's a good question. Unfortunately, my own parents, my parents, they are both dead. So
Like, thinking of if they were still here, for those whose parents have passed on, what were their ideas about the other group?
me, I was a bit of a rebel. I would date whoever the fuck I want to date. So it didn't matter what they thought. In fact, I go against what they think to my own detriment.
Hey, how's everybody doing? How did you know that my fingers was struggling down there in the comments at just the moment that you hit the button? How did you know
my
fingers
gosh,
was
NJ is here.
One second. I just brought up.
Everybody hide Afro. NJ is here.
Wait, I just brought up. What's his name? Rainmaker. Where did Rainmaker go?
I don't know. Is Rainmaker making it rain somewhere? Do you think?
Lord Jesus, save us, Lord, save us.
See, here comes that bread maker again. Why is everybody always looking for this bread maker? Who is this bread maker that everyone is always calling for? I do not understand. But my fingers was burning because it was, would your parents object to what you do as a grown person with your personal being? Oh my goodness, my fingers was on fire. My
Right,
mind
but it's
couldn't
not so much
fathom.
the objection, it's more so how were you raised, like, from your parents?
Can I quickly say this? Because I just realized I don't think I answered that question. You were asking from the perspective of my parents, but my answer was from my perspective. I would date, no. Now, thinking about my parents, I don't think they would have been fussed at all about dating an American. Now, don't forget, there are Africans who idolize Americans. There is something about the American accent. Bring that accent over on this, oh boy. People want to talk like you. They want, listen, I grew up, the American culture was a big deal. The music, the sagging bottom, the sagging trousers. Look, how the Americans dress, that's the way we dressed. The music they sang, that's what we sang, right? So, yeah. So if you can imagine, I said to my parents, I'm bringing an American home. I'd be like, listen, oh yeah, bring the red carpet, bring that man home or bring him home.
Thank you for that.
Yeah,
And just to add more context,
right. Because frankly, I'm trying to get to Europe. Matter of fact, I'm trying to get to Europe because I want to take a train ride through the mountains. I heard through TikTok imagery that it's beautiful. I can't wait to do it. I'd love to get around to it any minute now. At some point, I'm going to be rested enough to just go forth and travel. That's not the point. That's not the point. I just wanted to say hi to everybody and let you know I've been listening. I've been listening over on YouTube, and I love the conversation so far today. Everybody been on point and very focused. I'm loving it.
Can I just say,
have fun, everybody.
Thank you, NJ. Lots, were you trying to come up? I don't see you in the comments. Lots, I was trying to bring you up, but I don't see you in the request box. I saw you early on, but I don't see you now. I don't know.
I remember the question, Afro.
You remember it now? Lots, can you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't see lots. I see lots over there, but I don't see.
Let's come on up.
Lots, can you send a request again? And what
First of
do
all,
the Americans, would you guys eat African food? I was gonna say Nigerian food, African food, or
for I,
rubbish?
I would.
for
Depends on what
I
it
never
is, though.
got.
Huh?
Wait, I never got to answer one question. We
Go on, go on.
did not get to answer the question that Martha asked. And my father would have probably been like, "Okay, you do you," in a selfish kind of way. But my mom would be like, "Nah, demonic powers. No, 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 no. You are supposed to meet a Kikuyu man or remain single." And then I would be like, "Oh, because yeah, okay, we all was under that woman, and it was not in a. Oh, I don't know what to think about it, but we all were under that woman. Whatever she said went, and it's not like she forced us to do it. It's just that it was respect and love." But yeah, my mom would be like, "We are exercising that demon out of you right now." But the other people needs to answer the question, though. Ruby, shows.
I'll answer. So,
Okay.
from my parents' point of view, they would have been all for it. But I'm not gonna lie, my mom was under the impression that Africans naturally just don't like African Americans. But she would have been all for it. We have a saying here, and it is racist. What I'm gonna say, right? And it's said in the black homes most times. If you can't share her comb, don't bring her home, which means basically do not date somebody that is YT. So my parents would have definitely been all for it.
I wonder if it's a difference between what those who have sons would date versus those who have daughters would date. I think there is another aspect to dig deeper into, but I agree with what you're saying, Reggie. My parents would feel the same about my brothers.
If nobody doesn't understand what I just said, I can put that into context for you more deep if you would like.
I understood what you said, Reggie. Oh, trouble.
I'll pick black.
I told you guys, trouble.
Like everybody
Okay.
went.
Okay, Ruby.
Rainmaker, or who was next?
Ruby has not said anything, but we can hear from Rainmaker. Then I can ask my question.
Can you guys hear me now? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Rainmaker.
Sorry, network has been fluctuating, so I didn't quite get the question. Or
Rainmaker, I saw you putting it.
putting what?
I've had 11 years in Nigeria, but look at you, don't even have internet. Eh?
No more.
Can you hear
Nigeria
me?
now. Nigeria we did
When I
now.
was talking about
Wetin you
power,
expect?
I was talking about power.
No, but we get
Nigeria.
power for
I was talking about
example
power in
now
Nigeria.
for the past 2 years now.
You were saying
For the past 2 years, I
you've
never
had
want
power. What
one
part
thing.
of Nigeria?
It's just it's a factor of
What
where
part of
the
Nigeria?
factor of where I live.
You can't hear me. If you can't even hear me, what part of Nigeria are you in? Because when I made the comments about not having power.
Yeah, I'm not trying to
Nigeria,
counter you. I'm just saying it's a function of where I live. I'm sorry.
I'm just being a little bit of a troublemaker here. Now, look at you. 2 years, you've had power. With all the power that you have, you don't have good network.
Yeah. How do people know I'm Nigerian if I don't have if we don't have comma? If network is not good, at least like something sharp must be. But because of where I live now, we have power for like almost 19 hours a day. So some people don't have power for up to 2 hours a day. So just by where you live in Nigeria. So that's it. Can anybody still hear me? I don't know if I'm
Yeah,
I'm
we
here.
had you. I had you.
I'm not lying. Kelechi, I'm not lying. You can come to Itaulu. You know a place called Itaulu in Ikorodu.
Scented
Well,
being is begging to be
yeah,
raised again.
I'm not using solar panels. So I said we have light for 19 hours a day, every day. So I'm not lying. Where you live now, you might not have the same, because I know some people, even in the same Lagos, don't have light up to 3 hours a day. It's a function of where you live. So I'm not lying. I'm Nigerian now. My accent is Nigerian. I'm Nigerian now. Who get this kind of accent again? Even in Abeokuta, 20 hours a day. So it depends on where you live in Nigeria. It's not like everywhere in Nigeria is. So that's why I cannot speak for another Nigerian now. I can only speak for myself.
I want
I
the
beg
Okay.
Nigerian
speak or
woman.
speak
I
for
want the
Nigerians so
Nigerian
they
woman.
know we are not the bottom of the barrel. I beg speak. Let them not just know the
Because
negative things. Speak about the
Yeah,
light you
yeah.
have. Say it.
Yeah, we have light
Shout
too. Me,
it.
I have light too. I have like
Yes.
19 hours too.
you have
So
light, oh, I got light, oh.
Sentient being. Can I ask my question now?
I love it when people do Nigerian accents. Yeah.
Okay. How many African Americans do we have on the panel? Okay. Sometimes I'm going to be honest. This time I'm being vulnerable right now. Sometimes I feel like I'm walking on eggshells when interacting with an African American person, because sometimes hello Salasan, some of them don't want to be referred as African Americans. Some of them, I've seen videos of a man who was from America, but he was dark skinned, he was black, but he said that he was in the army. He did not want to be referred as African American because he's American and he has fought for his country. And I grant him that. There is the other issue that you do not call white Americans European Americans. And now I do not even know how to refer. Okay, I can say African Americans. I am afraid I might anger someone unintentionally. I can say American of African descent, then I might anger somebody else. So sometimes I do feel like I'm walking on eggshells when I do not even know how is the right way. What is the right way to?
Listen, don't feel
You are
bad.
the elders.
Listen,
You
don't
have
feel
to be
bad. Listen,
understanding, though.
hold on. You can't answer this question, bro. You cannot answer this question. But look, don't
One
feel
second.
bad.
1 second. This was a question to African Americans, not to us. Go on, Reggie.
Listen, you can't feel bad because amongst ourselves, it's the same situation, and it has to do with slavery. Um, all I can do is just say I can excuse some of these people because there are people that I have debates with that will tell me right to my face that they are not black. They are American Indian, they're Native Indian, they're black, they're
Yeah,
African
that's funny.
American, they're Hebrew, they're all kind of shit. You'll have people tell you that they're the real Jew. Listen, it's not just you. We're so lost because of slavery. So what we do is we gravitate towards anything, no different than people. You'll meet some African American people that will tell you that they're from the Nation of Islam, that Allah, blah blah blah. You have some that'll tell you they're from the 12 tribes of Hebrew. Shit, like I said, for real African atheists, I don't even know how to tell
Can
you
we
to
drop
give you a good
sentient,
answer
please?
to give you a good answer to this question. I really cannot answer this question for you because what you're saying is 100% true. So all I can do is apologize because again, you do have some people that really think they'll be as black as Shabba Ranks, but you can't tell them that they're not native to the United States. You can't tell them. So it's just a tough situation.
I think it's like Reggie said, it's very individualistic, and that comes from our very checkered history in America and even just coming to grips with our own identity and being a part of a group that has been separated. Um, some of us have coped with that in different ways. As we talked about, some have looked at it as, oh, they sold us, and they come from a place of anger and want to completely remove themselves from the continent. Others come from a place of longing, feeling like kidnapped children from a home that is looking to embrace them and looks to say, I want to be connected with the continent. So there's a whole spectrum of how we deal with that. But then there's also classifications that, because we live in a society that came from, that it was a racist society where these things were institutionalized, and literal laws are written with these words in it. You can look at different forms with all these different classifications of how we were identified. You know, slave, Negro, colored, um, Black, African American. Some of us are old enough to have gone through all of those different classifications. So at what point do you say, I'm no longer calling myself this, I'm calling myself that? Like usually a person in their whole lifetime will only go by one classification because no one has time for, calling themselves, who is still the same person, a different name because someone decided to have a different name. So you're talking to multi-generational people that have gone through that whole process. Some of us were born into the time when colored was no longer used and Negro was no longer used, and we only heard Black during the time that we developed language, and that's how we identify. And then there comes along, now it's Afro American, and then there's African American. So it's all of these different names have gone through this process in really a short period of time, where it can create this confusion because you can't find a person who is going to keep changing how they identify themselves to go along with the rapid changes of these names. So it's really just something that's almost individualistic, where you just kind of say, how do you identify? And just go by however that person identifies. Because even within that, a person can identify themselves as different terms depending on the setting. Like if I'm around other Black people, I'll say Black. I grew up in the time when Black was the term that was used. I'm Gen X. And so that's the term that is my default. If I'm in a professional setting, I use the term African American, like when I'm speaking professionally with my colleagues who are not Black, I'll use that term. So it just depends on the setting, depends on the generation of the person that you're speaking to. And then also, unfortunately, there, I grew up in the 80s during a time when there were some people who were more Afrocentric, embracing culture. And then there were some, because of what has been perpetuated in our culture, to have us not like ourselves and not like where we came from, Africa. Within the culture, we perpetuated these ideas upon each other by using the term African as a derogatory term, more so from a point of like a self-hatred and ignorance, no education about it. This was in the 80s when you can literally, I don't want to use the term, but it part, the end of it is scratcher. This was something that children would call each other. And it's just, kids being ignorant kids from a place of long line of self-hatred that was put on us from, long lines of slavery and all of those different things that made sure that we did not have a sense of a strong sense of identity and love for ourselves. And so some of us have come out of that and, accepted that these things were just done to us so that we don't like ourselves, and now we can see the whole culture and all the beauty of it. Some are still stuck in a place similar to with religion. It's like deconstruction is something that we can do in all areas of life. Deconstructing race, colorism, misogyny, sexism, patriarchy. It goes so much beyond religion, areas where we have to deconstruct. So don't feel like, I would say just go by, how do you identify? Because and then just go by what that person identifies as.
Okay, and I have a follow-up question. Okay, Reggie wants to say something.
Also, to the same point, historically, since we've been over here, there's always been benefits to not being black. Bottom line. Okay, so from slavery, right? The house NIGGAs were most likely the lighter skinned ones, right? So even today, right? If you look at the people that you see that really make it big, okay, the president, Barack Obama, he's not 100% African, right? So it's always the acceptable Negro or the house Negro, right? That's always make it. So we've been taught and brainwashed since we've been over here. The less African you are, the farther you can distance yourself away from these people, the better off in life you will be. And whether if you like it or not, it's true.
Okay, my follow-up question is, does that mean that the average American of African descent have um, have consumed media or has been taught these negative stereotypes that ends
Absolutely.
up making them look down on African people unless they
Yes.
educate themselves?
Yes, we are bred over here to be coons. I say that because it is a fact. Listen, I can prove it to you. If you listen, you naturally are attracted to lighter skinned women. They're looked at from the beginning as more beautiful. They're taught to you that they're more beautiful. And again, you're taught to look down on Africa like Africa's this deep, dark, scary place. You better not go over there. Africa's gonna get you. You're gonna get a disease. They all got pew pews, those 7 4 KAs that I be telling you about. That's what they show us on TV. So they're teaching you in your brain that you should not be like these people because you are better than these people.
Lots has a very different take on this. Lots, if okay, thank you. Afro Lots is requesting again. In the meantime, Ruby wanted to say something.
Oh no.
Okay, so
But I'm
Lots has a
listening though.
I think African, the person that you were talking to was not saying anything about being called black or being called African American. What he is saying is that he fought for the country, right? He has a right to be called American. Every white people are the only people in America who by default are American. Black people fought for this country. They died for this country. They did a lot of stuff for this country. They still cannot be seen as fully American. I don't think he was saying that he doesn't like himself. He doesn't want to be Black American. What he's saying is that he is American. As much as you are, I'm not sure what country you come from, but as much as somebody is Jamaican, as much as somebody is Nigerian, as much as somebody is Ghanaian, he is American. That's what he's saying. I don't think it has anything to do with him not liking himself. What he's saying is that he is American. And this is true because I always ask people this question, right? The first slave ship landed in the US in 1619. That is 405 years. Can any African on this panel trace their history back further than 405 years?
That's a great point. Just to add to that, it reminds me of like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is a very, well educated person in his field, astrophysics, and I forget all of his degrees, but he mentioned something about not wanting to be called the black astro, all this stuff, because he is the highest person in his field, period. And when you add the black to it, it like makes it not so much it doesn't like decrease it because of black period. It's more so like taking away the fact that this person is literally the highest person in their field. But when you put black in front of it, it's like putting them now in a smaller pool, of black people. Now you're the highest person amongst all black people, when in fact he's the highest person amongst everybody.
Yes, he is the highest astrophysicist, period.
Period. Right.
Right.
And so
And
like
I think of the diaspora, we are the only ones who are expected to ignore 405 years of our history and reach back 5 centuries to find those people. When in reality, the culture that we have made in the US, everybody wants it. Everybody wants it. You heard Vessel of Dishonor talk about the rap and being the brat. Everybody wants it. Everybody is monetized off it. Look at BTS, K-pop. That ain't nothing but a New Edition. Everybody wants it. They go get lip fillers and butt, and everybody wants it. So I think what he was saying is that, why should I ignore this whole culture that I have built over here? If that's what you want to do, fine. Yes, we are of African descent. But why should we ignore jazz that we created? Why should we ignore bluegrass? Why should we ignore rap? Why should we ignore that to step back 500 years to see what might have been? Why should we ignore all of that? I think that is what that person is saying. I don't think he's saying I'm not black, and I think he is saying I am American. I put on the uniform, right? I do everything they do. I am American. I can trace back my mother, my father, his mother, her mother. They were all born in the US. All of my great great grandparents were born in the US. I don't see why I should have to go back so long to find a connection to Africa when that connection was broken when I got on the ship. And so we started a new connection, right? We took the dishes that we learned, and I'm from New Orleans. We took the dishes that we knew from back then and added things to it. This is 400 years makes the whole new culture. This is a whole new culture. We are part of the diaspora, yes. But as much as Black people in other places can be Jamaican, they can be, you don't hear them call themselves Afro-Jamaican. You don't hear them call themselves Afro-Haitian. They are Haitian. They are Jamaican. You may hear Afro-Colombian, but you don't hear that. They are Jamaican. I think he's saying, I am American.
That's so true. I mean, because when you think about like what Caucasians, like you can have somebody who is, first generation and they're just called white American or just American. You look at a particular candidate running right now, his mother was not born in this country, but he's just allowed to just be grouped into, oh, we were the
Exactly.
founders.
And I know who you're talking about. His parents were not born in his country. But he is not seen as anything else but American.
Right. He
And
doesn't need any qualifier in front of that name.
I understand having the pride in being of African descent. I understand that. But I think that we are the only members of the diaspora who are kind of looked down upon if we don't pass up 405 years of history. I know it was terrible, most of it, but it's ours. It's ours. We are expected to look over 400. You know how long 400 years is of history to reach back to Africa. When Africans have their own history. Everybody that was dropped off, they have their own diaspora, but nobody calls themselves Afro-Dominican or Afro-Jamaican or Afro. They're just Jamaican and they're proud to be. I understand the trauma, the everything, the whatever, but I don't understand why with everything that we have built in this country, with everything that we have done, that we shouldn't be proud of it. I don't understand it. And we have people that are those, Hebrew Israelites, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that when we see Simone Biles on the Olympics, they don't call her African American, they call her American. We so proud when the Olympics come, so we can see people just jumping around and waving a flag. That's how everybody else. I don't understand why we are the only people in the diaspora that that feel that we have to. I mean, I understand why, I do, but I think it's kind of, if that's what you want, fine. But the person that African Atheist was talking to, I think that he was saying, I put on my uniform, I fought for my country. If I get hurt, I'll die for my country. They're going to drape an American flag over his casket. And he is going to be labeled an American that died for his country. And I think that's what he's saying. Not that he doesn't want to be black. He's just saying, I'm American.
Thank you for answering that, Lutz. Wait, there was a second question about the stereotypes. The,
Can I
American.
can I quickly say something to that point?
Okay, go on.
Lord, thank you so much for bringing that perspective and also just pointing out, irrespective of where you are, it's irrespective of what's happened. It's about the present. It's about the now and taking ownership of who you are and being proud of who you are. They would want to demonize you. They would want to say, oh, you are less than, right? But you accepting who you are. And, I honestly did appreciate, giving us that perspective. And, this is what we want to continue to foster. The reason why there is the African American versus African on the backdrop that was done, because of the kind of conversation that we're having. So we know exactly who we are talking about, not just American, we wanted to have, so just so you know where that's coming from.
Okay. I was just giving African a perspective as to why you may have a black person saying, I'm not black, I'm American, right? Because they probably are thinking, I do the same thing they do. Why don't I get to be American?
Yes.
Right? I was born here. My parents were born here. Their parents were born here. Like, what makes you more American than that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand. I understand. I totally understand where he's coming from. Some people are like, look, I'm American. Why don't I get? But it also is because of why he pays supremacy, right? Because you have this thing now, right? Where I don't know if I read maybe some years ago where the UK was trying to expel some Caribbean people that they had let in the 60s to help
Yes,
rebuild
the
their
Windrush,
country,
the Windrush.
right? Windrush,
It was called
yes.
the Windrush. Yes.
But that is how Wahite supremacy makes you, once they're done with you, they want to throw you away and say, you are not a part of this, right? Because we brought you over here. We built everything in this country, but
Right.
you are not a part of this. And now because they can't subjugate us, they can't enslave us, the first thing they'll tell you is go back to your country.
You're not
Go
part
back
of
to
it.
Africa. Well, why would I go back to Africa? I never been there. I wasn't born there. Why would I go back to Africa? I personally didn't come from Africa. I know why you're saying that, but we never tell them, go back to Scandinavia, go back to Poland. And
And they
actually
just
in
came back
America,
here.
I was just about to say, actually in America, they came after we did, the majority of them, because the majority of them came through Ellis Island. Those people are like 2 generations removed from. That's why they can say, oh, I know I have family back in Germany, because you just came here in the 1900s. That's why you got family back in Germany.
Right.
That's why you know your family back in Germany, because your grandmother came here, right? But I think that's why a lot of them are like, they discard you after they've used you, right? And you invited me here. In our case, you brought me here under duress.
Yeah, we had no
We
choice.
built up your company. I had no country. I had no choice. And now, as soon as we can't be subjugated anymore, it's like, well, if you don't like it, you can go back to Africa. This is more my country than it is yours, actually.
Can I also say to African atheists, you were talking about not wanting to offend, right? Not wanting to offend people, and so you want to, call them. I feel like speaking to whoever it is, right, the individual person, and asking, how would you want me to refer to you, and how would you want to be called, right? If the conversation allows for that. So it's about us recognizing that, our words are impactful, and, each individual person, we all have our different preferences and how we want to be addressed, right? It's about you, because you're a content creator and you're in the business of talking to people, right? Asking, okay, what are your pronouns, and how would you want to be addressed? Is asking the person, right? So that you're not offending them, right? I personally do not like to be called colored. Do not call me colored. I'm Black, I'm African, but do not call me colored. It's just something about that, because the part of, where I live now, some of the people who've referred to me as colored, they didn't refer to me as that. It wasn't meant to be, it wasn't nice the way they were saying it. So, and I made sure to point out, no, do not call me colored. Do not. I remember working with this woman. I think she was in her 80s. I don't know. And as soon as I go and give her tablets, she looks at me, thank God my slave is here. I said, what?
Oh God.
What did you say?
I would have faded
And
her
that's
right then and
and
there.
that's look, Reggie. That's when we pulling the plug. We pulling the plug
She
right there.
said, Thank
Right.
goodness. I said, excuse me, what did you say? And she repeated it again. I said, I am not your slave, right? So that particular part of that particular establishment, they love to call Black people colored. It's a thing. It's a thing. Some people are still very, especially the older generation, older people. I find they're still very, RACIST. Yes. So
I think you can say it, Afro.
can I?
Let's add G.
And to answer the earlier question, I've been with a Nigerian for almost 20 years. So, yes, I will date a Nigerian.
Excuse me. You've been with a Nigerian for almost 20 years.
Yes.
No wonder. You see? No, I knew there had to be something. I knew it. One Nigerian man has this Nigerian people.
German.
Oh wow. But so would you say being with this Nigerian, has it been good? Has it been, because you get a lot of the stereotype about Nigerian men.
Well, this is the thing. He came here for college, right? And he just never left. So he's been here. I mean, he's lived in Europe. He's lived in the US. He lived in Canada. So he's been out of Nigeria for a minute. Don't get me wrong. He is 250,000% Nigerian. He is 250,000% Nigerian. But he also think because he lives so many different places, he just has a different view. And also he's older. I think he's just tired, He's just tired of me.
Okay,
he just don't
can
fight
I
back. He just doesn't fight back. He just,
can I ask safely, lots? Because I have a clip of you saying, "What do you do for a living?" Nothing. What do you do?
No, listen. Don't believe me, but I work. He's work from home. See, somebody laughing at me. LOL. I work. I just work from home. It just always sounds like I'm not working because I'm at home by myself and nobody's here but me.
But that clip is amazing, lots, to be honest. What do you do for a living? Nothing.
It's like I never hear you typing. I never hear you sending emails. Well, I got a quiet laptop, but I work though.
No, I know it's possible.
That was golden. That was golden. Wait, that made me forget the next question.
Do you work? She said no. What was it? She said fashion time.
Listen, every time I go into my office, right, he's like, I want you to take a picture of, but because everybody works from home, I took a picture of me in front in my office, but you know what it looks like? A staged picture of me in my office because nobody is there because everybody works from home. I only go when I absolutely have to. And the only people that are there are the IT people. It just looks like I'm standing in front of a desk somewhere, right? That's why I never sent one. I'm like, this looks crazy. Nobody's ever in this office because we all work from home.
Guys, can I just say thank you all for listening. Make sure you are tapping. Guys, this conversation started because of Reggie. and he deserves his coins. He deserves his flowers. Yeah, Reggie said, "Look, I want to have this conversation." It's been wonderful. So please, guys, can we send a few roses, a few coins, appreciation to Reggie. And yeah, very sound mind Reggie does. And I think that, people they take for granted, you know, Reggie, because they just, someone said he is, what was the word that she used? He said he's rough around the edges. But it's when you sit and talk to him and you realize, okay, so he's not just your average Joe, just talking for the sake of talk. So yeah, I mean, Reggie, thank you. Very interesting conversation.
Thank you for having me.
But that's why I like Reggie. That's why, because Reggie reminds me so much of me, because people that are passionate, that have loud voices, that talk loud, they usually get dismissed, right? Because people think, I was in African Atheist Live this morning, and somebody was like, "Oh, you just talk loud." People think that is people can be loud enough. Sitting meek and mild, we get passionate, but a lot of times people tend to dismiss passionate people as being angry, especially if you are Black, right? They dismiss you as being angry. But most of the time, we know what we're talking about.
Oh, yesterday I was called angry.
Thank you.
And I was told I was shouting. I had to demonstrate the difference between me shouting and me talking. I'm embarrassed by it when I think about it. Yeah, afterwards I felt embarrassed by it, but I needed to.
No, do not be embarrassed. Do not be embarrassed. I understood exactly what you're trying to do. Sentient beings, I took you down. You were disrupting for no reason, just disrupting, completely out of order. We can have conversation. It's been good. But the moment you came up, I don't know what that was about. So if you're going to come back up, go on.
He's a bitter passport bro who went somewhere and got stuck.
Oh, whoa, passport bro.
Passport bro.
Yeah, he's a bitter passport bro.
A bitter passport bro.
Wow, I've not heard that one before.
My.
He went somewhere and got stuck and could not get any.
All you had to do was drink.
All I'm going to say is don't get on African Atheists' left side.
All right, African Atheists.
Okay, that's why Afro, you've been running away.
Girl, you
calling them out as the senior.
You read me.
Excuse me. Wait, hold on.
You read me and I ran.
Excuse me. Wait, excuse me. If anyone's running away, you are the one running away from my page. I've asked you for an interview on my YouTube channel for the longest. It's been over a year or maybe less. I don't know. No, I'm not running. You're the one running.
Okay, my butt is in the open right now. It's butt naked right now.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, also, I've been bananaed. I've been getting bananaed quite a lot. So I have been on your page, but with my backup. I have been there.
Okay, I was thinking African atheists and Afro atheists. I mean, two atheist women, let's come together, let's have conversation. I'm still waiting. I will wait. I'll be patient. I'll wait patiently.
It will happen, Afro. I see the number is going down. Before everybody disappears, 49 people. Have a lot of stuff. It doesn't matter whether you are American of African descent or whitey. Okay, I still have my issues with colonization that I've not dealt with, but that is besides the point. I judge people, and I'm not going to say, oh, I'm so good, I do not judge people. Oh, I judge people. I do judge people according to their characters. So if you do me wrong once and you come back and you're like nothing happened, and then you do me wrong again, and you come back, no, I will remove myself from the situation. As long as much as I talk back, I also know how to run away. I do run from my presence or my space and make sure that you do not have access to me at all. So it will not be based on your appearance, it will be based on your character. Completely. Your character and how you relate to me. That's all. I just wanted to make a disclaimer there because there is a name I've been called there out there, but I don't like it, but I embrace it anyways. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. And also, I want to put a disclaimer out there as well. And the disclaimer is this. Because I'm an atheist, I can be African and be atheist. And when I'm having conversations, I never put out there that I only want to talk to Africans alone. Some of you, I don't know, for whatever reason, think you must come in my DMs and say, oh, but I thought you were only talking about Africans. Why are people who are not Africans getting involved in our conversation? When did myself and yourself come to that conclusion that I'm only here for African conversation, right? Yes, I talk a lot about the African sphere, but I put it out there, put it open, make it open for people to come and have conversation. I've never said it's got to be African, but today, it's a different sort of conversation. So if someone comes on my panel and they are whitey and having conversation with us, I'm here. Come on, people, right? So I'm just saying that when I'm having all the, especially when we're having the conversations around religion, oh, this is our struggle, keep them out. No, we're all in this together. So I don't know. I would like to, on a final note, there's something we still haven't done in this conversation that we are having. The Black struggle, African Americans versus Africans, the role of religion in this particular conversation. Has it been good for us? Would it will it help in any way, shape, or form? I mean, thank you. I'm prepared to hear from people who think that religion can somehow help the cause. I'm prepared to hear that, not just people that think, absolutely not. I mean, I know what I feel about that. About the question I'm asking, but yes.
Sorry, I don't know if you're seeing the comment, but the people are saying the audio is really scrambled, but I can hear you really well. So I don't know if it's like TikTok or
I can hear everyone really well.
yeah, they're saying in the comment the audio is really
Oh
bad.
no, that's terrible.
Wait, my audio?
I think generally, like a few people say their audios, like the boy and two other people, I think. Or
Static
maybe
noise.
it's like TikTok, I don't know.
Oh, and it might be glitching as well. A lot of static noise.
Okay.
Everyone sounds very clear to
Lois,
me.
they thought it was you.
On the panel, it's really
Really? Is it me? Is it me? Is it me?
No, I can hear you, but I think everyone in the
fine.
comments is struggling to hear.
Yeah, so they say sometimes I think it's all of us here, they cannot hear us.
What can we do?
Yeah, I just came up to
One
explain the
second, one
audio
second, just some
problem.
human, just 1 second. Let's sort this out first. So I don't know if you guys heard. Yes, Reggie?
Hold on, Afro. You know what? You might want to let him talk because he just said something about sorting out the audio thing. So maybe he might have an idea.
He kind of knows what he's talking about.
Okay, all right, just some human. Go on, just some
Wait,
human.
before just human goes on, Afro, I would like to add something. Okay, the unification. I sound like I'm talking about South Korea, not North Korea.
Not
No,
about religion, no. Just hold on.
No,
Africanity, just hold on. Some
yes.
human is here, I think, to help with audio or what? I think.
Yes.
Okay.
The scrambling stopped for me when I came up. I don't know if the issue is you guys all need to drop, but I've been here the whole time listening and it had no issues till the last like 10 minutes or so. So if you drop out and restart the live, it'll probably stop this periodic scramble for others. I'm gonna drop down and see if it's still fixed. And if it's
But
not,
just some human. Apparently, it's cleared now. They can hear now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you don't have to drop.
All right.
It's probably a TikTok glitch then.
No, wait, guys, was that coming from myself? Because I was moving. I was moving just now. I was moving.
Oh,
I went
no,
from.
it started 10 minutes ago. That's what they're saying in the comments.
Well, I went from upstairs downstairs, so maybe.
Oh,
it was everyone, not just one
Come on.
individual.
Oh, okay.
It was coming from TikTok.
The bots.
Everyone.
Was the TikTok bots.
Yeah. Okay, can I say now about what I was about to say?
Oh.
TikTok or even if you're on YouTube. For everyone who is dark skinned, there is a way that these apps kind of like discriminate against us. And if we unite, I think we can be a good force. That is my idea. Because you look at the way the other people do. Okay, it's doing it again. Probably it's me. If you look at how the other people's content gets pushed out, and you look at the Black community, to be honest, even in Western countries, TikTok pays creators by their video views, and in Africa they're not even doing that. So I would say that uniting would not be a bad thing for me. I would appreciate it if we would unite as Black people and have one voice. Yeah.
That's I think I appreciate what you've said, and this is this is the long term, right? We're talking in the long term now. It's about, first of all, coming together and creating spaces where we can, talk and we can, befriend each other. And, as part of that, as we, keep going, these things will open. And also, let me plug my dating show. I've got a dating show for people who do not believers, and we dating event. I think I've changed the name now to Godless Dating. Okay, no, sorry. It's now Godless Dating. So Godless Dating on TikTok, Godless Dating. It will also stream onto YouTube. So if you're single and you are a free thinker, you're agnostic, you're an atheist, you're not one who believes in the sky daddy up there, right? And you're looking for a mate, a friend, a lover, come along tomorrow. And yeah, we will hopefully be trying to connect people in our small little space and small little corner, right, of this TikTok and this social media space. Yeah, so I did ask a question, and the question was about religion. Religion and this conversation. Is religion, would you guys say religion is good? If you say it's good, why? Really, if religion, you think that religion not going to help the conversation at all? Yeah, so yeah, whatever your answer is, why?
I want to jump in there before I have to go. Um, I think it's bad, and I see the use of religion as being like the almost the original divide and conquer tool that is allowed to perpetuate and maintain that system, especially here in America. We have a situation with the Christian nationalists, which is another sect of religion that appeals to religion in general because they call themselves Christian, but they have a agenda that is more of an obvious power structure, and I see them using religion to unite people under their umbrella while also exploiting the especially with different people who are not from the country but enter the country. I find that they're vulnerable to it because they haven't seen it enough to recognize how insidious it is. And the hope of those who are wielding this power using religion is that those people who are attracted to it could um, be more committed to their religion at the expense of like religious dog whistles, while also speaking against the other people who are following along. And I think that is their desire. It's similar to what's done with racism, where you can when, in terms of poverty and breaking up labor unions, different things that they are impacted by. But if they could unite them under YT supremacy, then they can overlook the different disadvantages that they face with those people leading the charge. I see them using religion to galvanize a movement to collect all of them together. Galvanize a coalition that can be exploited by their religious and be allowed to be exploited. Another place that I can go in heaven, it'll be better type of situation. So it's a divide and conquer strategy. I wish to do away with it altogether.
We are minding our business, doing what we are doing. And some people, because they just have to be, they come along asking us, oh, y'all are not talking about Jerry Eze. What happened? You tired of Jerry Eze now?
They're complaining, saying we should stop talking about him.
I don't know.
Get to him. It's not his turn today yet.
No, it might just
He's
be
the side piece.
It might just be his turn after this is done because of these clowns here, right? So we're not even talking about Jerry Eze. We're just minding our business. But of course, you had to come and bring it in. Okay, Jerry Eze. You see, with Godless Reggie.
Right. Yelling, and here they go.
I mean, the cult leader just have to keep culting. The cult members have to keep on culting. The Kool-Aid.
That's how you know they really like that stuff.
That Kool-Aid that Jerry mixed, that thing is strong. Okay, so my question still stands, people. And thank you, Mother of Prayer, for answering that question. The rest of you, religion, what do you think? Would religion help in this cause? If you say yes, why? If you say no, why not?
I mean, absolutely not. It's based on two things. So we kind of got over here on this side of the world based off a religious decision from a religious leader. As far as Pope Eugenius, that's a fact. And I forget the other Pope person's name. If you look at history, Christianity from the beginning kind of started with racism as well. If you look at when the Moors were expelled from Spain, not saying that they shouldn't have been expelled, they also started what they called the Jewish ghetto. So the more Christian you were, the more white you were. So it has to do with racism. It's also classism. As we talk to people, they talk down to you because they're a Christian and you're not, and they think that they're smarter than you. They think that they can understand the Bible better than you, even though they never read it, because they think your brain is not working on the same level as theirs because of their religion. So I really can't see one positive thing that religion can do to help unity and make people unite. I don't see it.
All right, thank you. Vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Religion, what do you think?
I think it's just something to keep people occupied. The people that believe in religion, and that's why they made up the concept of hell and added it to the Bible after the whole Bible was written. It's for people who love superstition. So it gives them something to look forward to. But unfortunately, there's nothing to look forward to. You're going to unalive, I'm going to unalive, and there is nothing on the other side.
There is no other side. There's no such thing.
We have an annoying Tarzan in the comments.
He's
He's not displaying
Tarzan.
No, he's not being a very good Christian. I don't know if his behavior is akin to being a good Christian.
This is the first time you're meeting Tarzan Vessel, is it?
No, it's not. But you just jump on, people are having a conversation.
Jesus.
Can I say that he might be in love with Professor of Afro.
No.
I do not know, but wait,
Sorry,
let me
African atheist.
finish.
Sorry,
He's
sorry,
an
African
atheist in the making. That's why he
No,
can't
no,
stay away.
no. God, please, blessings of the please, you should stay on that other side. I beg you. You should stay on that side. No.
He's
no.
obsessed.
No, we
He's
don't want him
obsessed with
on.
Yeah, he's
atheists.
That place is good for him. Sorry, African atheist, I was talking over you. Sorry about that.
I'm the one who should be apologizing. I was speaking about the host. That is a very annoying behavior. I apologize, Afro.
No.
Hasn't
African atheist, you were next to speak about the question. You were next to answer the question about religion.
Okay, before I answer the question, just want to tell doesn't no one is interested, please? Please keep it in your palms.
Is he still here?
Don't do that. I don't know whether he's still there, but if you're still there, nobody's interested. You had that.
His bowler
but
must
when
be too small to play with because I dismissed him, told him to go play with his bowler. If he's still here, then it means it's too small for him to play with.
African women are loud. Oh my God.
Okay, can I say that? I wanted to say that when it comes to religion, even if we decided to say that, okay, we're going to accommodate it, and we are going to unite regardless you state religion. We will still disagree because that is what religion does. I am with Reggie. We will still be fighting in there because the only thing religion is about, it is all about power and who is on the top and who is taking advantage of the other people and the hierarchy and all of that. So I would say religion, no, it's not the way. Thank you.
They can't even agree amongst themselves. That's why they've got Catholics and Baptists and Pentecostals, and even within Pentecostal, they've got their own little, it's like every divide has got a subdivision and another subdivision within that subdivision. It's cray. I don't get it.
Guys, what's happening? It seems that the oh goodness, I don't know. It's like we're cutting out for the people. They're not hearing us.
I think it's a what do you call it? Sabotage.
Our live, the live stream needs Jesus. Shall we pray?
No, thanks.
Shall we pray?
Just imagine the comment is glitching and when we come back they start hearing this.
Ooh la 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 la. I need some ice cream with some flake and some chocolate sauce. Somebody ate my bacon sandwich. Right now. Who stole my chicken? Hallelujah.
Oh my goodness.
Just imagine the life was glitching and they could not hear us and we came back, that's all they're hearing. Like just my mama.
Breastplate of righteousness and the helmet of salvation.
When Vessel said, I need a Coca-Cola, that's it.
Somebody drank what?
Need a Coca-Cola.
Jesus was playing with some feet. Oh, la, 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 hallelujah. Jesus, come and touch the feet of every.
Like he just stole something. Black Jesus combed that beard. Black Jesus need a haircut. In Jesus' name.
Just That myself there.
And the fact that it sounds
In
almost
the
the
name
same
of
in different
Kuneya.
Yeah.
You know the truth of the
So
matter.
I'm just clearing my
I
throat,
feel
guys.
sorry for every last one of y'all.
What's he talking? What's he saying?
He's speaking in Kuneya.
Just 1 second. We got Ruby. Ruby, you're next.
Yes.
What in the coonage is going on here?
I still love you.
Ruby's
Because at
next.
the end of
Can
the
you
day,
I don't want your love.
I know that this.
Ruby's next, please. Ruby, please go
Keep
on.
your love to yourself.
You ain't gotta,
Black Jesus,
you ain't gotta
please wait.
accept my
Please
love,
wait.
but just know
It's
that God
Ruby's
is
turn.
love.
It's Ruby's turn.
Black
Black
Jesus,
Jesus,
is it that
please.
you don't respect me or is that you don't know who I am?
He's in trouble
I'm
now.
sorry.
He doesn't. Go on, Ruby.
Yeah, so for me, I would always stand
Ain't
on
two or more people gathered here for Jesus. So what you talking about? It's only you, dude. It's only you gathered here.
Let's go on. Let
Sorry, Ruby. Sorry.
No worries, no worries. Yeah, so I think religion should be gone. Like it's already caused so much. Okay, it's done enough. It's time for it to go. Like it has brought some good things. I don't know, giving people some delusions that their life is getting better, the placebo effect and all that. But it's time for them to wake up, basically. So no religion.
Didn't really. I don't know if anyone really answered the question. I was actually.
I think
thinking about
honestly, please don't bite me, but I got lost with the
hold on,
question.
Ruben. Okay. So the subject is on African Americans versus Africans, and in trying to foster good relations and to us considering ourselves as one, irrespective of what's happened, irrespective of what we have been told about each other. Perspective of the other people from yourself, will religion Christians tomorrow? Do we stand a better chance of this unity and this oneness that we're trying to promote?
And I go.
Okay. Find ways to divide ourselves among, to divide ourselves in there. Like we would say, oh, they don't have good songs. Oh, the Americans have very good voices. Oh, the other person doesn't have a good voice. Oh, this church does not sing well. Oh, this church does not have Holy Spirit. Oh, that church does not dress modestly. What I'm trying to say is we will still find ways to divide ourselves into. So if we kind of like just went for religion, and if you have your own religion, we left you with your religion and not even call you to the atheism or question you, and just say we are all melanated. Let's get along. I think that would be enough to unite us. But then it was Ruby's time to answer. I'm sorry, Ruby, go on.
No problem. Thanks again. Maybe it's because I'm chronically single, but my yeah.
We have to chronically sort that out.
Oh my God.
She is saving herself for Jesus.
Godless dating tomorrow night, guys. It's
Listen,
only for people who don't believe in.
Yes, sir.
Lovely. African atheists just said that you are waiting for Jesus. Listen, if you're chronically single before, it will only get worse, because Jesus, he said he was, what was it? He gave a parable. 10 brides were waiting for that guy, right? He said they're waiting for the bridegroom. 10 of them. One bridegroom to 10 brides. Huh? And then Jesus, and they will say, oh, one man to one wife. But Jesus was busy talking about himself coming for 10 brides. Huh? All it was that he, number one, he took so long in coming. How are you coming to come and get married to these ladies? And you, the groom, you're taking forever to come. Excuse me, and you want the brides to stop there and be waiting for you. Who do you think you are? Right?
So was it actual marriage, or was it just knacking?
Whatever the case was.
I think it was just knacking.
And you know, these ladies, they're waiting for you. Their oil finishes in their lamps, right? But for this singular reason that their lamps was not turned on, that's the degenerate decides to, you know, single them out and say, you know, nothing, we don't care for you. These ladies took their time, waited for you. There's 10 of them. And now 5 of them don't have oil in their lamps. And then the other 5 could not even share and say, if you are not going to take these other 5 who waited with us together, right? Then we are not going with you. And this is the same thing for, I think that religious people are very selfish people.
Yes,
they're very selfish, right? You want to go to heaven, but the others, who cares about them, right? As human beings, and you see, this is the unity we're talking about between African Americans and Africans. We can also apply this to everyone else. How are you worshiping a God who is saying he only wants? I'm not going to heaven, if Kwan's not going, if African atheist's not going, if Vessel of Honor's not going, then you can fuck off. Fuck all the way off with your heaven. We are together. If you are not taking all of us, then you can keep your heaven. Come on now.
Oh, Christians will never do that.
Wait, Afro, can I say that Ruby told me that she says that she thinks that she can change Jesus, like she can turn a good man out of him.
What? I didn't even think Jesus was into women. African atheists, stop showing me under the bus.
No, he was. He was into women. The other woman came and anointed his bola with the perfume, and she used her hair. She gave it a good licking. And leave him. That's why he said he was without the first stone cast it.
Ruby, I apologize once again. Please go on and answer the question.
Wait, my God is a black woman is here. Hello, my God is a black woman. Okay, Ruby, go on.
Yeah, so my answer is still no. Religion will not help us come together. I think the thing that would help us come together is like if we really sit and think or sit to look, we have a lot of similarities. Honestly, not a lot, but we have some that we can work on. Like culturally, there are still a lot of things that their ancestors took over and went there. Although it's been modified, you can still see traces of Africa in there. Like for example, some of the food, the way they make their food, some of the tradition when someone is getting like when someone is unalive and you want to like put them to rest, like they do some of the things that we do back home. Like there's just a lot. If we sit to think and look like we're going to find a lot of similarities. Those things will actually bring us closer. But like if we keep picking on the tiniest things that are wrong with us, we're just going to keep drifting apart. But religion is not going to make that easier either way. Yeah.
Thank you. Black Jesus, are you there? Black Jesus.
Black Jesus right here. Just trying to
Afro,
make sure I slay the demons in the comments.
What?
Godless Reggie.
Afro.
And you're getting
Hold on,
burnt down
I
in them
forgot Black
comments.
Jesus. Because I know Black Jesus, when he starts, it's going to be raining demons in here.
Oh, really? I've never come across him, so I don't know. Okay, let's do this. We go to Lots, Mother of Prep, and just some human. Then we will come back to Black Jesus. Lots, are you still there, my lady?
Yeah.
The conversation we're having. What do you think?
We're doing the worst in every measure. It isn't good for anything but control. That's all it's for. That's it. It doesn't bring anybody. And we can show this. We can measure this, right? It doesn't bring any net positives at all. None at all. The least religious countries are doing the best in every measure, in education, in healthcare, and maternal mortality, in every measure. The religious, because religion allows you to stay behind. It allows you to not do anything now, right? So we should get rid of it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that answer. Mother of Prep, thank you for your subscription. I noticed that you have subscribed. Thank you for that. I appreciate. Mother of Prep, you want to answer the question?
With unity, but it is the antithesis of unity because it creates so many different ways to break us up from each other. Through religion itself, it can separate those who are religious from non-religious, and especially with the fear that it creates for those who are not religious. I think someone mentioned the term demon earlier. All of these different superstitions that it allows for religious people to separate themselves from others who can help them. And then also it creates the division, even within the religion, of men and women. Also, those in the LGBTQ community from others. It done because everyone is separated. So if we're talking about the purpose being unity, then religion has to be. We know that we can't necessarily get rid of it because people are still heavily indoctrinated. But I think a secular approach is the best way because we tend to have a more open mind to other people. Whereas we know, as I mentioned, religion has all of these different groups, even within themselves, all the different denominations. And so you can never get forward because they're always still even fighting amongst themselves about what they mean about the book that they read that has all of those different variations and versions and interpretations. So just doing without that, being able to talk amongst ourselves using our own critical thinking and engage, I think is the best way forward for us to be able to unite in a real way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just Some Human, are you there? Did you want to answer the question as well, Just Some Human?
Yes, I have a couple things. People to come up and say they were genuine and want to back the cause, but then they feel imbued by religion to stay in when they know it's kind of like it'd be a backwards disingenuous situation. Basically, you'd have a lot of high numbers at first, but your cause would be bled out by the fact that they and that's why I think it would be the most detrimental to have religion involved in a cause such as this, is because all that would do is create more and more disingenuous people, whether they knew in their mind they were being disingenuous or not, if that makes sense.
Yes, it makes sense. And yeah, I appreciate that answer, Just Some Human. Thank you. Black Jesus? Black Jesus? Are you there?
Yep, I'm right here.
Black Jesus, did you hear the question?
Present.
Okay.
Present.
Hear the
Present.
question. So we're having a conversation about do you think that religion will in any way, shape, or form
No, religion needs to be dismantled. Religion was created by the Roman Catholic Church.
Religion existed before the Roman Catholic, even though
I
it
agree.
did.
Listen, I agree with you wholeheartedly, African. It did, but at least he stopped where he stopped at, because he really wants to start preaching a bunch of BS that don't got nothing to do with this. So I'm gonna give him some credit today.
No, he didn't stop because he wanted to stop. He stopped because his internet's not quite working.
There.
Even
Hallelujah.
Jesus stopped him from continuing with the BS.
Yeah, because people fail to understand that as long as you have a belief in a supernatural deity, that you do not have to be a member of any of the major religions. You can make your own religion there out there, like your own kind of worship, and you start worshiping a deity, and it will be a religion, even though it will not be organized. So when we talk about religion, we talk about the whole of it, the whole thing.
A black Jesus is always all over the place. He would have ended up in another area. I don't think I've ever had a conversation with him before.
And that's how you know there's a such thing as God, because he spared you.
God is energy. He's God himself.
God has spared me. Oh, that's all right. I mean, I guess I have to say thank God, right? Thank Jesus or thank God. Who am I supposed to thank? He's about to bolt. One of those. Right.
He's up there with one of the worst ones too that I've ever heard. He has no sense at all. Trust me.
No sense.
Oh, there's a few not.
Let's
please.
also
That's
remember.
my conviction.
Let's also remember that
Just remember the one with the man is the one with the mute button in his hand, not you. Remember that.
I just wanted to say something on the whole Hebrew Israelite subject.
Are you sure you want to do that?
No, not anything positive. I'll put it that way. I had experienced one of those streams, and I just I don't know. I found their direction to be like so cultish driven. That's all I wanted to say. Like a lot of double speak and not really staying on point. And it was a very
I don't know if this is true, but that they believe that judgment people as slaves, and they can do whatever they want with their women and their girls, and they will have 7 women to one of them. God to say, okay, now is your turn to do what they did to you. Now it's time for you to do the same to them.
That doesn't even make sense. That a God that would say that is not a good.
Identify with. I don't know. You go and read the book. Go and read. You see how.
I think it's just another way that traumatized people cope with YT supremacy, and I think that's why it has that appeal, especially. A good God, that sense isn't something that is necessarily the value for them. They're looking at more of a vengeful God to avenge them of their enemies. And so it just kind of creates this vulnerability in them where they need this that they have, in all places where we end up. And, it's another vulnerability of traumatized people who have not received any healing for the trauma they faced. Like, this is just another symptom of trauma. The development of these religions that are more vengeful in nature.
Facts. Because again, like I said earlier, it pays to disassociate yourself with blackness. It pays. I don't care. Of Africa, with your ethnicity, the better off you will be. Oh, we're the real Hebrews. We're so lost from slavery and colonization that we don't know exactly who we are. Like, for example, if I was to provide a DNA test, it's going to show several different places from here, from Europe, and primarily from Africa, but in different places. So we really don't know for sure. So what we do is we attach on to whatever the best thing we can find. And it seems like, according to most religious books, The best thing to be would be a person from the Israeli faith, Hebrew faith, whatever you want to be, because they're looked upon as God's chosen people. So this is just an attempt to pretend like they are something that they are not, because they don't like what they really are.
Okay, wait, Afro, I remember something, and I want to ask you for, okay, please. Um, Martha and I think Godless and anyone else who is American or of African descent who is in the comment section. My question was, okay, sorry, I am kind of like digressing from what we've been talked about. Do you all have some stereotypes that makes you look down on African people, and then you have to work, you work. But you all
Yes,
have that.
yes,
I
yes.
have
We used to call people Black African booty scratchers. Straight up. So, like again, we are
Black
trained.
African?
We used to call people
And the
Black
funny thing
African booty
about that
scratchers,
is
or
Black
refer
Jesus
to,
used to get called that.
Barbara, we ain't talking to you. It was a common joke, and it was a common thing to make fun of African people, right? We have been trained to look down on these people. We have been. Again, the nicest way to put it, we have been trained to be coons, flat out. So the only way that you're not going to be that is if you actively fight it. Again, we're trained to believe that a person from a lighter skin complexion is a better looking female. That's why you notice a lot of people when they get successful. I'm not saying all of them do it, but you notice a lot of them when they get successful, right, and they get some money, their girlfriend and their wife does not look anything like them, because we are trained to worship these people.
But those are more on the surface, like name calling, like as kids. I would say more so the stereotypes that I have to like kind of break from myself is that Africans have a sense of the white supremacy, colorism in a way that's not like those from America. For instance, with the skin bleaching, that's something that I have not encountered here. Although I have myself wanted to be lighter. I haven't encountered people in America going, and it's still, I know it does exist, but as far as it being popularized, the sense of, I think we had a different type of Black Pride movement in America with the Black Panthers, Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud, different things, Afro, the natural hair movement. I find that that's it did not happen in Africa. Whereas right now, I'm now seeing more Africans taking more pride in their hair, but it seems like that's happened later. So I think the impact of white supremacy as far as self acceptance of skin color and acceptance of hair texture has one would think that that would be that the the trend of self acceptance would start there, but it seems like it's the reverse. So that's a stereotype that I would say is that there are some Africans that engage in skin bleaching, that hide their hair, and then another thing would be the religion, that they are ultra religious. Um, so those are, I would say, the stereotypes.
Anyone else
Okay,
notice how much TikTok Shop is plugging the skin whitening soaps and creams?
No.
If you just go into TikTok Shop and just type in, I don't know what's that soap called, turmeric soap with konjac acid, That's what people are using to whiten the skin, and it's being plugged as a natural product that's not going to cause any side effects. It will get rid of blemishes and scars and this and that. But it's mainly for lightening the skin.
Oh, and I want to ask mother a question. When it comes to being over religious, isn't also sorry?
No, I'm just saying so we can round this up. I will come back. No, I'm not saying you should stop. You will ask your questions, Mother Prep. I'm just saying we're going to round this up, but we will, have a little break, and then we will come back and talk about religion. Talk about, what we usually talk about. So. Yeah, so go on and ask your question to Mother of Prep, and yeah, we'll start winding this down and be back again with what's that guy's name again?
African descent over there. Are they not
Yes.
also so religious? So
No, I didn't. Right, I didn't mean that in the sense like when I say that it's a whole, like I would say, like the nationalist movement. I see it happening more with people who are not American when it comes to religion. Like there nationalism, whereas there's a Christian nationalist movement that I see happening, and it appeals more to those who are not African Americans but are of African descent, like in the immigrant community, where it evolved, and our politics were very different from. I guess I should have mentioned this earlier, was the other types of spiritualities that we hear about from here in America. And this is from a European centric lens. I know that this is not correct, but you hear about terms like derogatory and from an ignorant lens. These have these ideas have been given to us from Europeans, and I've not accepted them, but these are the different things that people say. And it's another thing that turned me away from the religious groups is because of how quick people are to demonize African, especially spirituality, because they're taking it from the European lens of it being demonic, which is just to me another way that Europeans use religion to divide Black people. I I've always been interested in the African spirituality, and from what I understand, it's not looked at the same. They're not even intended to be deities and all these different things. There's so much more to it, but the way it's presented to those in the U.S., especially Black people, as a way to keep us looking bad at Africa, is to see the practices of Africans outside of the European religion as being demonic. And so that kind of that's more so
Religion
where
and
I
just
was
it's
going
all
with
about
that.
relationships.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Black.
don't make up relationships, but I've
All
always
right
kind
now.
of just been curious from my own standpoint. Like I remember especially hearing about like I don't know if you've heard about like different things with Beyonce. Like that's a big part of the some Black Christian
Cult leaders.
groups in the U.S. will speak. Oh, they're a part of the demonic. They're doing Oshun and like she's in the the occult and but I've always just been curious to know what people who came from the continent are practicing and what their beliefs were before these religions were imposed on them, what the actual, practices were. And I never looked at it as dark, but because of the European influence, that has been something that's infiltrated the Black Christian religion, where some of them, not all of them, will say that those are dark spirits and just everything looked at in a negative way, and they are hyper about the demonic type of words and uses and dark spirits and all of these different things. So they'll say, be careful going to that African church. Like that's what I mean, because they're
Okay.
putting whatever the European spin on what African spirituality is, and they're not looking beyond that.
Yeah, I see Reggie's hand up. And Reggie, um, as you speak, I would like to ask you a question as you continue to speak. And this is about being American or out of African descent, and then you find yourself okay in your military, and then when you find yourself in the military, you find yourself in another country that the things that you are instructed to do, they are questionable. They are similar to the things that were done to the continent where your ancestors came from. I wonder whether there is any American of African descent who have a problem with that, or just asking. Reggie, come on.
Wouldn't involve myself because, again, when you grow up here, there's things that they don't tell you. You have to go outside the box and look. I like to always speak on the Palestine situation. If you don't look into it, you will be under the impression that these people over there, the Israelis, are just victims of all kinds of stuff. And when you know the real truth of it, it's different. So now that I know that a lot of things that the United States has done, I would not involve myself with that. For example, if I was Kenyan right now, in that situation in Haiti, I wouldn't do it. Top of the situation is a colonial master that's paying me basically to police and unalive my own people. You feel me? But if I did not know this and I'm a 17 or 18-year-old kid, you know, yeah, you're probably all about go USA and these people didn't, because this is what they teach you as a child. Oh, people, the forefathers did this, and they're made to seem like what they did was right. But now being an adult, I know that you did that to the natives. You came over here and stole it, and you committed all kind of genocide. But growing up here, they teach you to read the Pledge of Allegiance and things like that, and they put it in your brain that this is the type of person that you need to be. It's in our Constitution and stuff like that to bear arms. It's a part of us. This is the type of people they teach you to be. So until you get out that mindset and start realizing what's right and what's wrong, then of course you're going to go along with it. But to answer your question, no. Not knowing now what I know now, no. But before, yes, I probably would go for it.
Okay, can I clear something? The people who are sent to Haiti right now, they are not even military. They are normal local police, like the cops, normal cops, and it's not like they were given a choice. Our president, the president we have right now, they were not given a choice. They were like, we are picking you and you and you and you. And we are not for it. Not a single Kenyan is for it, because we know how Haiti is right now. And what everybody is worried about is that what we're going to get back is the kids that were sent there, they will come back in boxes. That is what everybody else is worried about, because our president sold them out for whatever he was getting for the aid he got, and he's going to probably steal that money. And secondly, he has no right to go and invade another country like that. And also, those men that were sent there, they are not qualified. I can tell you for a fact, Godless Reggie, they are not qualified. They are normal police that just do normal policing, who probably some of them cannot even run 100 meters without, what do you call it? Losing their breath or something, struggling to breathe. I can tell you for a fact. So we hate that shit. Right now, this man is one-time president. He's not getting another term.
I
Okay,
want
guys.
to answer that other question too. What was the last question you asked her? I just forgot what it was.
I want to, if you, I wanted to wind this down, and then we come back again for,
Okay.
subjects on. But I mean, if anyone has any last words, any
I
last.
can't remember what African just asked her. I wanted to answer it. That's why I was raising my hand. I just can't remember what the question was.
Oh, it was about the
For me
negative.
is everybody, can we please tap? If we all tap, double tap non-stop for 2 minutes, we'll get to 100K likes. Please, guys.
I know the question African just asked. I think she asked, when was the last time when was the last time you came?
Please, I was being a good girl at that point.
I thought
that
was the question you asked. When was the last time you came?
No, the question was very innocent. It was about the negative stereotypes. Do you think that there are people they are Americans of African descent who are walking around with those prejudices and that they have learned and have not even worked to try and deconstruct from them?
See?
I think that was the question.
Valentina, that's the only one that she has heard today in all the whole conversation. See, that's it.
In a lot of the feed the children commercials and stuff, like someone mentioned the kids with the flies in their eye, different stuff like that. But I think, like, I'm a nurse and I'm in healthcare. I'm around lots of Africans from different countries on the continent. So
Mother, please. Just for a minute. I'm sorry, just for a minute, because I know Afro is wants to start this life. Reggie, do you think that there is Americans of African descent?
Absolutely, that's a fact. There is plenty of African Americans that think that they are better than Africans. I'm not gonna lie. At one point in my life, I did as well.
Afro, I'm done. Thank you so much, everyone.
That's because he hasn't tasted an African yash. So when you taste an African yash, you will not be saying that.
Wait, Reggie, have you tasted an African yash before? You're missing out.
I don't know. I was getting ready to. Guys, listen. We will come back in. Just give 10 minutes. So we can get a drink, chill, and then we will be back. So, but just for this particular conversation, I think this has been wonderful. I appreciate every one of you. Light Dogma, if you don't mind, I mean, we'll be back in 10 minutes, yeah? If you would like to come back.
Can I say I appreciate you, Afro, for hosting this live today and this topic, and Reggie for coming up with the topic, and everybody else, Ruby, Vesa, and everybody else who have participated, and
Yes.
lots. Yeah.
Thank you
I
for
appreciate
agreeing
you all.
to do it.
So, Reggie, this
Yes.
is for you.
Thank you guys for having me up. It was great.
Reggie, this is for you.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone, we'll be back in 10 minutes, okay? Thank you all.